What's going on, fellow A-Plussers? It's your boy, Adam Perez. We're back once again with a brand new episode of A-Plus Hero Report, your weekly stop for your Marvel, DC, television, and movie news, streaming live for you guys today over social media. Look, we got a huge show for you guys today. 6 incredible topics. We're going to be getting into some honorable mentions and, of course, your live viewer questions at the end of the show. We got a huge DCU Slate update for you guys as James Gunn and Peter Safran had a huge announcement this past week, along with our brand new first look at the Lanterns television series. We also got some information in regards to an update for the Star Wars slate, believe it or not, as Kathleen Kennedy addresses her retirement, if you will. All that and a ton more, guys. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. We'll see you on the other side. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a brand new episode of A-Plus Hero Report, your weekly stop for your fandom and franchise, movie and television news breakdown of the week. It is I, your host, Adam Perez, back once again with my co-host, Stuart Branscombe in the house. What's going on, Stu? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, good to see you too. Actually, really excited about this episode because of two particular topics. One, I did not think I'd be going into A-Plus Hero Report excited to talk about an honorable mention more than our actual topics.
Yeah, right? Tell me about it. I was having debates if I should have one of these honorable mentions up. I wasn't quite sure if Marvel was going to come for my neck if we talked about it. But we got plenty to definitely go ahead and talk about today, man, whether that be honorable mentions or main topics. Should be a good show, man. How's your week been, though?
It's been a pretty chill week altogether. Been doing a lot of basically collecting a lot of magic cards recently.
Really?
Trying to really get into that now because like I've always kind of been into it, but I've always been a very casual magic player. But now I'm like trying to get more like hardcore into it. So it's been fun. I got 2 Boulder Gate sets, and I'm gonna try to make a deck out of those, and I'm hoping it all works out.
Nice, man. Nice. I've never been able to get into it, honestly, man. I really want to try one day, though. I feel like, it's interesting. I did get we did get a contribution email here this week. I don't even know what the name of the company is. Let me pull up the email. It was in regards to a brand new DC video game. I think most likely for the for your phone. But I registered us for, let me see, where's the email? Discover collaboration opportunities with UDI Ads and the DC Dark Legion project. The official DC strategy game licensed by Warner Brothers. Dive into epic PvP battles with over 60 iconic heroes and villains. Officially licensed, experience authentic DC gameplay. Yeah, I do have a website for DC Dark Legends official website. It feels like it's I don't know if it's a PC game, if it's a something you play on your phone, but yeah, it's a DC strategy game. So I did submit us to collaborate with them. I don't think it's launched yet. I believe it's set to launch sometime mid-March. But yeah.
Okay, looks I can't tell if this is like them doing their own like Marvel Rivals or if it's a different type of game. Because you mentioned like it was a strategy game, right?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Okay. I'm curious to see gameplay on this. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens in that regards. But let's see what else we got.
Fun.
We got the Oscars coming this week. I don't know. Is it Oscars today? I don't know when the Oscars.
Yeah, I think they're today.
Oscars are tonight. And then we've got Daredevil Born Again this week, also in 2 days. I think we got the first 2 episodes dropping March 4th, so about 2 days away. We will be doing reviews for Daredevil. I don't know if I'm going to be doing them live yet, or if I'm going to do them pre-recorded or not, but we do have plans on doing Daredevil Born Again reviews for you guys here. I'm actually in the middle of this is what it looks like, my overlay I got set up.
Ooh, nice.
We should be I don't know if we're going to be doing them I definitely probably will do them either pre-recorded or live. I'm just not sure what day I'm going to be releasing them on yet. But I am in the middle of personally doing a rewatch right now of Daredevil season 3. It's so good.
Mhm.
I'm right dead in the middle of it, so I got about 2.5 days to finish off about maybe 6 more episodes. So we'll see how much I can binge through it. But I'm really excited for it, man. I've been hearing really good things from those that have had the opportunity to check out the first couple of episodes.
I am too. I didn't go back and rewatch the entire show, but I did go back and rewatch the first. I think it was first 3 episodes. And first of all, I forgot how much they accomplished in just the first 3 episodes alone, like how much gets established about the show, the lore and the mythos and everything. And second of all, man, I forgot how excellent like the show is shot. Like obviously we all know the hallway scene, which is incredible, always worth a rewatch. But I also forget like kind of even like the smaller scenes, like some of the shots in Matt Murdock's apartment. I love the lighting in there. I just love the overall aesthetics. Man, yeah, that Daredevil, without a doubt, still holds up. You know, the Netflix Daredevil series. So I'm
You
excited
know,
for Born Again.
yeah, it really does still hold up. I am watching season 3. I did watch the jailbreak scene where
Mm-hmm.
he goes into the prison to get information, and then shit just hits the fan, and he's got to escape. I watched it literally like 2 days ago. It is so intense. It is still so intense and so well shot, man. It's probably one of my favorite sort of long, quote unquote, unedited shots that they've done in the show. But it looks so good, man. I could not remember how good season 3 was, but it's really impressing me all over again.
I think that's the one thing Daredevil Born Again can do that would disappoint me is if they did not have a one take fight scene, because I feel like that's got to be the tradition. Every season, you need at least one.
You need one, yeah. They I will say they do have one, and the only reason why I know that is because Twitter is like spoiling shit already. Like
Oh,
I don't want to say spoiling it, but they did release an official clip. I think it was Marvel that released an official clip of I think it's from episode 1 or episode 2. I'm not quite sure, but it is sort of a long unedited shot like that. I haven't watched it all because I keep telling myself I do not want to be spoiled, man. Like it looks pretty badass, but I do not want to be spoiled. But it is all over Twitter right now.
yeah, something like that. No, I got to see. I got to see like in the episode. I don't want
Yeah,
to
I got to
watch it
see
out of
an episode.
context.
Yeah, me either. Me either. But yeah, guys, we got a ton of stuff that's heading our way. We got Andor season 2 actually is set to drop. We have ourselves a April 22nd. We got to look forward to that as well. We did get ourselves a Andor season 2 trailer that we'll talk about here. In fact, you know what, Stuart? Let's before we get into live viewer questions, shout out to Blossom for certainly joining us here today. Look, guys, if you're watching us live, wherever you're watching us live from, help us out a little bit. Hit that like button. It takes 1 second. It's absolutely free. Hit that like button as we go into today's episode. Really helps the algorithm, puts our reach out there a little bit more. Ram Jam in the house. How's it going, Adam? Pretty good, man. He says I submitted my live viewer question by Gmail. All right, cool. I'll go ahead and remember that. I know sometimes it's been giving you problems, man, when you try and post sometimes on the YouTube channel. So I do apologize about that. But if you do want to submit a live viewer question, feel free to just go over to our YouTube page. It says click the community tab, but they now have officially called it the post tab. So click the
Mhm.
post tab, and you can submit your question before we tackle them at the end of the show. And just as you see Ram Jam posting his comments in here, look, guys, as we go through this week's episode, feel free to let us know your thoughts. These are simply our A+ opinions. We always want to know yours. So as we go through these topics, we definitely want to hear from you. What's your opinion on them? Give us some conversation to go back and forth with you guys about from time to time. We absolutely love that. So hope to hear from you guys today in the live chat. And then, yeah, just hit that like button, man. It really does go a long way. But Stuart, with that out of the way, man, let's go ahead and dive into our first segment of the day. We got honorable mentions on deck here for you guys today. I guess if I have the ticker, I can't do both like we used to, but that's okay. All right. Honorable mention. Stu, do you have an honorable mention, or do you want to just discuss what we got so far?
I don't have a honorable mention, but I do want to do a quick recommendation.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I brought the show up on the show before, but it's an animated series called Common Side Effects, and it's produced by Mike Judge. It's about 4 episodes in. It's on HBO Max, and it's one of the most incredible animated shows I've ever seen. And that's why I needed to just take a moment to bring it up, because it's not the type of show we would talk about on this podcast per se, but it is a show that is definitely worth watching, especially if you love animation. And if you're a fan of like comedy animation, or if you kind of prefer your animation to be more dramatic, this show has both, because it is more like a drama than it is a comedy, but there are definitely some real funny bits in there. So Common Side Effects, a HBO Max series, highly recommend.
Why does Mike Judge name sound familiar? Is that Beavis and Butthead? That's not
Yeah, Beavis
is
and
it?
Butthead, King of the Hill, and plus a bunch of movies, Office Space, Idiocracy, which a lot of people have been referencing recently, I've noticed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of crazy how much of a movie that is for today. I feel like Idiocracy and the Netflix film Don't Look Up are like
Yes.
the two most prevalent movies of our society these days. I would highly recommend people check out both of them.
Was watching a podcast with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and someone was like asking him about his thoughts on Don't Look Up. He's like, "Yeah, did you like that movie?" He's like, "That wasn't a movie. That was a documentary."
It really is. It really is. It's pretty scary, man. It's pretty scary. Um Blossom says that's right. Mike created Beavis and Butthead. Heck, he voiced those dummies too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Beavis and Butthead. Okay, honorable mentions here. Where to start off? I'll start off with this one. We got our very first look, Stuart, at Masters of the Universe this week, baby. Filming, I would assume, continues here. I can never remember the main guy's name that's going to be playing He-Man. I think it's Nico Galizzati or some shit like that. I can't remember off, off the top of my head. But this is our very first look at Masters of the Universe. We got He-Man right here coming to us from the mind of Travis Knight, who did Kubo in the 3 strings or the 2 strings, and then the Bumblebee movie as well. He's taking his creative vision to the Masters of the Universe franchise. I saw this sword and it made me giddy, man. It feels like it's like I just opened up a He-Man action figure out of the box, grabbed his sword, stuck it in his hand, and I'm ready to play with this action figure, man. The sword looks incredible to me. It looks straight out of the cartoon for sure. This teaser is all I need to hold me over, man. I don't know how good the quality is going to be, but just from like costume design, sort of world design and stuff, I'm ready for this movie, Stuart. That shit looks heavy too.
Mm-hmm. This is a poster that definitely wants you to know, hey, we watched the cartoon, guys. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, it's okay if you can't remember the actor's name. You can just always call him Jeff.
How is that?
The movie. He plays a character named Jeff in the movie Bottoms, but he's like one of those characters who's so full of himself on like a very unhealthy level that is hilarious, you know.
Nice. So we did get ourselves a first look at Masters of the Universe. I thought that was really great that they dropped that this week. We also got ourselves the new Fear Street movie. Prom Queen dropped a couple of brand new posters. It looks like the Fear Street like a cover art for some of the R.L. Stine books or something like that. They actually dropped 2 of them. And they also did like a date announcement sort of tease as the movie's going to be dropping May 23rd. This feels very 80s to me from just what I've been able to see from the trailer alone. It's really not even, I wouldn't even call it a teaser trailer, but it's really like a disco ball, and as the disco ball spins, you see different sequences and stuff, and then it comes up with a title sequence for Fear Street Prom Queen here. But you still haven't checked out the Fear Street, the trilogy that came on Netflix a couple of years ago, huh?
I have not, but you know what? This October, I will actually binge the franchise. I love binging
Nice.
horror franchises, so this seems like one right up my alley.
Yeah, you'll have by that time you'll have 4 movies to dive into, man. So I'm excited to see what you think of it. But yeah, Fear Street looks like they got themselves a good one coming here. Ram Jam says if the live action Masters of the Universe movie becomes successful, maybe they can tackle She-Ra. Look, I would not say that's out of the question at all, Ram Jam. She-Ra had a good what 5, 6 seasons of animated on Netflix that a lot of people boast highly about. Um, yeah, I mean, if Masters of the Universe does well, who knows what the spinoff of that franchise could certainly look like.
Mm-hmm.
And you watch She-Ra, right, Stuart?
I did, and I thought it was actually like excellent. Definitely, like in the beginning, you'll watch it and you'll be like, I'm definitely not the target audience for this show, so it might be a little hard to get into. But then once you get kind of past that initial like very much like tone, I guess, it gets good when you get past like kind of like the idea, when you get past the marketing, let me put it that way, when you get past the marketing and focus on the story, that's when it like starts to get like really good. And plus, like all the characters in that show are just so fun.
That's cool, man. I personally have not had the opportunity to watch it. I really want to after all the good things that I've heard about it. But yeah, anytime people talk about it, they've always got really great things to say about it. Next honorable mention. Hey, we got a new addition here, Stuart, to Daredevil Born Again. I know the first season has not dropped yet, but filming has begun. And they had a huge announcement here. Matthew Lillard is set to join season 2 of Daredevil.
Zoinks!
Yeah, Shaggy versus Matt. This is an exclusive from Deadline.com. It says production heads into production next week, it says. So I guess maybe they begin Monday, but I do think they actually start before the premiere, which is March 4th. It does say his character details are being kept under wrap. But yeah, they're not playing around when it comes to Daredevil Born Again. They're supposed to do 9 episodes this season, and then they have 8 episodes scheduled for season 2. But yeah, Matthew Lillard will be joining season 2, and they do fully expect Daredevil Born Again season 2 to drop next year as well. Marvel Television is really trying to get back to the annual seasons of television.
Yes, finally bring annual television back.
I think Matthew Lillard's actually a really good actor.
Mm-hmm.
So I am fascinated to see what role he's actually going to play. If he's going to be a villain, if he's going to be like a journalist or a mob boss. I don't know. I have no idea what they have planned for him, but I am curious to see his where he fits.
Personally, I'm hoping villain. I'm hoping villain because man, that guy is fun when he plays the bad guy.
Yeah, he really is. We talked about this a little bit. Andor season 2 dropping April 22nd. We got ourselves a brand new trailer. Did you have the opportunity to check out the trailer yourself, Stuart?
Of course, I checked out the trailer for Andor season 2, and I am so hyped for this.
What did you think of it?
I thought the trailer looked excellent. I am a little disappointed that they spoiled because it was still like kind of ambiguous whether or not I forgot his name, but the villain from Rogue One.
Krennic?
Krennic, yeah. I think it was still like they never confirmed that he was going to be in season 2. So I think it would have been kind of cool if they left him out of the trailer. But I kind of get why, because obviously they really want to get people to watch this show. But I mean, come on, season 1 was so good. Anyone who loved season 1 is definitely going to be tuning in for season 2 regardless. He didn't need to give us that spoiler.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it too. One of the things that there are a couple things that I see people talking about. One, the music choice. Did you have a problem with the music for the trailer?
Not at all. If this was like early, like 2015, Disney had just acquired the rights to Star Wars and they started marketing Star Wars this way, I would have been very disappointed. I think now, though, after all this time, we've had so many Star Wars projects and they always try to use like scores that feel like something that you would see in a Star Wars movie. And I think the first one to kind of break away from that was Skeleton Crew, where their trailer didn't necessarily use anything, where they actually used like real songs to advertise the movie. And that's why it didn't bother me when I saw it in Andor season 2, because we already got something like that in Skeleton Crew. Yeah. So I'm okay with Disney kind of using that for marketing these movies. If they ever do go back to like making like episodic Star Wars, like episodes 10, 11, and 12, then I kind of hope they don't use like real music. They actually go back to using, just something that would feel like it would come from the movie for the score. But again, for this though, I think it actually worked.
Yeah, I completely forgot that we did get that for Skeleton Crew and some of the teasers ahead of time that they did use sort of non-conventional Star Wars music for their trailers. For me, I think it was for this at least the fact that it's a trailer, I don't mind it. I think like in show, and I think I've even complained about this even like when we have it in post credits and stuff when they try and put modern day music into it. It doesn't really work for me when I watch it in show, but like as a marketing tool for a trailer, it kind of works for me. Like whatever's going to help get my hype level up for sure. But yeah, I love seeing all the returning characters in here. Some of the brand new characters also. Krennic coming in. We got to see some Saw Gerrera, which was really cool to see him in
Mhm.
here too. I'm glad to see Mon Mothma's having a little bit of some wind down time. They have a quick shot of her like dancing in this, which is interesting that we're going to get a little bit of
Yeah.
a dance montage or something. I don't know what's going on in that sequence, but after her horrible family, just she had a horrible family moments in Andor season 1 for Mon Mothma. I'm glad to see that she's having a little bit of a good time, and I will say I am surprised at the level of action that they showed in this. I think when I did my Andor season 2 review or trailer review, one of the things that I said was I don't want to say I found it odd, but it felt like an interesting marketing choice for Andor because when I think of Andor season 2, I don't Andor season 1, I don't think of it as like a balls to the walls like action series. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I remember people complaining about that maybe it was a little bit too slow for them at times. So I do wonder, as like a marketing ploy, if Andor for this trailer they thought to themselves, let's put as much action in it as possible so we can like grab those people that had doubts about season 1 and kind of lure them in a little bit, maybe more for season 2. What do you think about that though?
I think it's a marketing thing, like you said. I think there will definitely be more action in season 2 than season 1, but I think the reason it looks like it's a lot more is just because of like that's what they show us in the trailer compared to what they showed us in the trailer for season 1. I don't think it's going to be significantly more because it's still the same showrunner, and it sounds like he still had the same creative freedom that he had with season 1. So I would be really shocked if suddenly, like, they kind of changed the tone of the show and they made it like completely focused on the action. I would be shocked, but I don't think that'll happen. I think it's just purely a marketing thing. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I think it's purely a marketing thing too. I think the season itself will tonally feel like season 1. It wouldn't surprise me if there is an uptick in action, and I only say that because as we're skipping all through like 4 years, as we're going through 4 years, I would expect the battles to intensify a little bit in regards to it too. So I do expect a little bit more action than what we got, but I do think the amount of action that this trailer shows feels very much like just a marketing ploy to get those people maybe that they missed out on in season 1.
Definitely.
But yeah, and then also just to get us hyped as well. So I am excited for this. And then last but not least, Marvel, please don't come for me, y'all. Please don't come for me. Believe it or not, y'all, and I'm gonna take this as actual. Um, we apparently had some leaked concept art from Marvel Studios this past yesterday or like 2 days ago. The person who leaked this, though, apparently all their social media is completely taken down shortly after this. So I would assume that this concept art is legit, but I have seen a lot of people talking about it. And nobody else has been like, they haven't pulled this concept art. So it does make me wonder if they're okay with it being out there, even though this was, I don't know. Some people are asking if this was unplanned, if this is planned. The person that doesn't have a social media account will probably say was not planned. But I am kind of curious what you guys think. But concept art for Avengers Doomsday, and I would also suggest Avengers Secret Wars as well. We have to remember the Russo brothers plan on filming both of these films semi or quasi back to back. I think there might be a little bit of a gap in between, but not a big one. So the concept of having to do both these films somewhat together, I would assume you would have concept art already ready to go for both of these films. So I will show you what we got, and you make do of it what you will. But the first one, Stuart, we have to, the man of the hour, Doomsday himself, looking like he's his Emperor or God Emperor Doom from the Avengers Secret Wars crossover event. When I look at these concept arts, mind you, I must say I feel like we're in the Jonathan Hickman 2015 Secret Wars run here. I'm not sure, the concept of battle world from the original Secret Wars will certainly be in here, but this feels very much Jonathan Hickman heavy, especially with us getting Doom here in sort of his God Emperor mode, pretty much all decked out in white, unless that's just like a really pale green, but it looks like it's all white. Regardless, this is our boy Robert Downey Jr., man, looking like this. What do you think, Stu?
Man, this is such a badass design. I don't know how it's actually going to look on film, but I really hope it's accurate to like what they're showing off here. Yeah, I wasn't sure what I was going to expect when it came to the MCU's Doctor Doom, but this is an intimidating looking Doctor Doom, so I love it.
Yeah, I think it looks fantastic. We also have his throne room. Some people are saying here to his right, standing next to him, is Doctor Strange with the long cloak here. Some people are pointing out to his left is Sue Storm with a young Franklin Richards in front of her. And then some people are saying here to the very far right, the woman that seems to be holding some chain or chained to some guy on his knees. The woman, some people are saying that might be Yelena Belova.
I'm pretty sure that is her because the hair and the face look like way too similar.
But I will say, one of the things that I really appreciate, and you guys will see more as we get into this, a lot of people are saying this is Avengers Doomsday. A lot of this stuff feels like a Secret Wars sort of movie to me. Then again, I don't know how you quickly establish Avengers Doomsday if he's already sort of in this medieval sort of realm, if that whole movie completely takes place outside. I have no idea how they're going to do this. So when I look at it, I think of Doomsday and Secret Wars as both movies as I go through these concept arts, because this feels like a battle world situation to me where things have hit the fan. Doom's got his power. This is the world that he's established for himself, that he's sort of been living in. But I do love the idea that we are kind of going medieval a little bit. Like it's not set in a modern day sort of setting. I'm kind of a big fan of that.
Yeah, it was like they kind of took that what if episode and they were like, yeah,
Yes.
let's roll with this.
Yeah.
People seem to really like it.
Yeah, the 1602 episode from What If. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Next up, we got Hulk, She-Hulk, and Scar. They look like they've been in this particular medieval world as well. Interesting that you got that big wall in the background too. It feels like Battle World to me, Stu.
Yeah, like as if like it's almost seems like it could be, I don't know, like a village of people that like basically work for that, like Doctor Doom maybe has under his control or something, or just I have like no idea what they're doing with this. Because I can't think of a comic book. Like, definitely let me know if there is one, but I don't know of any comic books where you have like an entire village of Hulk people. Like, I know there was World War, or sorry, there was
I see
Planet
what you
Hulk.
mean. Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I know there was Planet Hulk, where of course he did make a family there, but they weren't like other Hulks that he was making a family with. It was just Hulk, and then like he had a kid, of course. But yeah, now I'm kind of curious like how this all comes together, or if it's just part of like the universe being written when Doctor Doom takes over.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the other Hulks in here. This does make me wonder if this is I'll be interested to see how they do this, because in Battle World and Secret Wars, there's a whole section for Maestro, who is another version of the Hulk, like a futuristic post-apocalyptic version of the Hulk, and he's got his own sort of segment of the country that he runs. It does make me wonder if this is a part of that segment, because they do look like a lot of Hulks here. just living amongst themselves, sort of thing, kids, adults, and whatnot. So I do wonder what this town is. And when I look at that, look, I mean that big wall in the background could easily be sort of like part of Doctor Doom's castle and the village surrounding it, or whatever the case may be. But in Secret Wars, they do have big walls that sort of separate themselves territory wise from other areas of the world. So I do wonder what's on the other side of that wall, if it is another, I don't want to say country, but another territory, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, they really bold decisions here. I mean, that this is something that I think when we think of Doomsday and Secret Wars, while some of us may be familiar with the comics, I think the idea of actually seeing how they're going to bring this to life is just so fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm. I also noticed in the bottom left, it looks like it's a little girl having a tantrum and her mom trying to comfort her, as if it's like the little girl's first time hulking out, and the mom's like, it's okay, we all hulk out, honey.
I love that. We also got a new image here of what looks to be a new Black Panther. I think there were reports, the idea that they may be recasting T'Challa. This could be T'Challa's son, but just all grown up now. Because his name was also T'Challa. This could be a grown-up version of him. Maybe the entrance here to his sort of territory, perhaps, or his area of Wakanda. Maybe that's the entrance. For some reason, this sort of just reminds me of the Thundercats castle when I look at it from back in the day. But I love this image of Black Panther. There's another concept art of him with the mask on. I don't have that one, but I would assume that this is the son of T'Challa, also named T'Challa in Battleworld.
Yeah, I would probably go with the theory that it's his son and not like an alternate universe version of T'Challa, which seems to be like the biggest debate amongst people right now. It's like whether or not it's like, different universe, or if it's his son. I'm going with the theory that it's his son. I love the costume in this image. I hope it looks as good on the screen as it does in the concept art.
And we also do have some concept art of our heroes. I am kind of curious as to where this stuff comes into play.
You know how Thor throughout the entire, or not Thor, sorry. You know how Deadpool throughout the entire run of Deadpool and Wolverine was just like, why is Thor crying? Well, for the next several months until this movie comes out, I'm going to be asking, why are Pete and Vision friends?
Yeah, why are they hanging out? They look like they've gone through a couple of different beers and having some pizza for sure. I guess if anything, my big question would be, last time we saw Vision, he was leaving the WandaVision television series. He's supposed to have his own show, Vision Quest. I am kind of curious as to when that series is even dropping. If we're expected to get that before Avengers Doomsday, because I feel like there's just some things that still need to be, like some holes that need to be filled in before we just see Vision drop into an Avengers movie. So I'm not sure timeline wise when this takes place. This feels maybe like a beginning parts of an Avengers Doomsday movie to me. More modern time in our world, not an alternate reality or anything like that. But the Star-Lord and Vision hanging out definitely threw me off for sure.
Yeah, I also agree. I think that this is supposed to take place before like the entire world gets rewritten.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. And then we got one more concept art to show you guys here, and this is the gathering of the Young Avengers, and Star-Lord's there again. I don't know if this is taking place on like another world, if they are at a bar together. I don't know. This looks like God, what's the guy's name? Wong.
Mm-hmm.
This almost looks like a supreme sorcerer supreme like bar or something like that.
Like a bar for sorcerers?
Yeah, like where they all hang out. I don't know. I'm trying to look at like some of the designs in the background, like the lanterns hanging, the big oval globe at the top. Like I wonder if there's like a rec area for sorcerers to just go hang out and chill. Or if this is like an off-world site, because we got Star-Lord here too. But I am fascinated in the idea that look, we got the Young Avengers here, and we got not only do we have Wiccan from Agatha all along, but we also got her other son here, which we have not seen at all in television series or movies yet. So I'm like, how does this kid even get there? I feel like there's connective tissues that have not been placed yet for us to truly understand this. But this feels like Avengers Doomsday. And it does make me wonder. One of the things that I have been speculating is if Agatha gave us Wiccan, will Vision Quest maybe give us the other son? I'm curious how this plays out, Stu.
Yeah, same here. Hang on. I think this will be the movie where they establish the Young Avengers. But yeah, I definitely see what you mean, because we had these characters set up for a while, so I can definitely see why we should have probably had like some sort of Young Avengers movie beforehand. But my assumption is that that's what will get set up in this, is the Young Avengers.
And the Doomsday movie?
Yeah, in Doomsday.
Yeah.
And then yeah, it kind of like, I wonder, so I heard a theory, and I think this would be kind of interesting, especially if it was her. So basically the idea is that everyone loses their memories except for Kamala, and then she has to, because of her bracelets being cosmic, they somehow let her keep her memory intact. So she's the one who has to get everyone back together, because she's the Marvel fan. She knows like basically all the Marvel superheroes. And I think that's what that scene was like kind of setting up, is her getting a bunch of the Young Avengers, and then also trying to convince Star-Lord and Wong as well to like help out. So I'm curious if that's what the big theory is. And I also just like loving that image with Kamala seeming to like be like just fangirling out once again over Wong, like or Peter. I can't. No, it looks like she's more looking at Wong. I guess she's into sorcerers as well.
I do like that concept. Yeah, I have been hearing that concept that it might be like one individual person that like recalls the real world and has to like not talk people out of it, but talk people back into understanding what's sort of at risk here and help save the world. So yeah, I am really curious to see how this is all gonna really come together. But seeing the concept art, understanding that the Russo brothers are attached to this. They're coming back with one half of their writing team from Infinity War and Endgame. It feels bold and ballsy, and I'm really eager to kind of see what they do here. So I do think we have some missing pieces to the overall story that haven't really been established yet to get us to some of these concept art designs. But again, I do think this is a combination of both Doomsday and Secret Wars. But we'll see. We'll see how this turns out, man. But I think the hype level for both these movies have certainly, the anticipation, I think, is definitely grown, Stuart.
Yeah, it definitely hyped me up a lot more than I was, because I think like for me, I was about like here with Doomsday and then here with Secret Wars. Now it's kind of shifted a bit. I think I'm actually starting to look forward to Doomsday a little more than Secret Wars.
So we'll see how this turns out, man. But yeah, guys, let us know your thoughts about some of the concept art that we see here. Ram Jam says the artwork looks sick. Yeah, I completely agree. Blossom says Iron Man himself is Doctor Doom. Holy macaroni manoli. Doctor Doom looks creepy. Yeah, he really does, though. Marceline says Scar in the concept art looks a million times better than his first appearance in She-Hulk. Yeah, they all do. They all look a lot better. But yeah, guys, let us know your thoughts in the comment section box below.
I also do love that they don't just like ignore She-Hulk, assuming that she'll actually be in the movie and it's not just the concept art.
Yeah, I mean, and that is also important, right? Is the idea that this is concept art. It doesn't necessarily mean that these sequences or these moments will end up being in the movie at the end of the day. But it's usually a nice little storyboard path for them to certainly follow. But yeah, some of these sequences may or may not end up being in the movies.
I'm definitely keeping my fingers crossed that it will be looking exactly like this, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. All right, Stu. With that out of the way, man, let's get into our main topics today. You ready to tackle these with me, man?
Hell yes.
Let's get into it. We got we got a huge slate for you guys to talk about today, man. We got our first look at Lanterns along with the DCU slate. That's going to be our main topics for the day, and then several other incredible topics for us to dive into. But first and foremost, man, let's talk about this. Lanterns is in the news this week. We got a massive first look at the show. I don't want to say massive, but we literally got like one image of them. But we did have the writers of Lanterns actually sit down with Vanity Fair this week and give us a little bit more insight in regards to this particular series kind of coming together. This actually comes right on the heels of, I think last week when we talked, Stuart, we mentioned the idea that James Gunn and Peter Safran were going to have a big DCU sort of announcement. And they certainly did. Monday, they wind up having a big announcement, giving us an update on a lot of projects that they've been working on, what's moving forward, what certainly isn't, type of thing. And then literally the very next day, we wind up getting ourselves what is the first look at Lanterns, baby. We get the opportunity to see Aaron Pierre as John Stewart here, along with Kyle Chandler as Hal Jordan. This man looks like he's been through the ringer, bro. Like, retirement is not going well for Hal Jordan. It looks like in this image alone. But one of the things that did jump out to me, we talked about this first, Stuart, like, what's their first reveal going to be like? What's our first look going to be like? Is it going to be costume? Is it going to be civilian clothing? I think we both suggested civilian clothing, and that's exactly what we wind up getting. But the one thing that I love about this image that I saw immediately, or my eyes were immediately drawn to, I was like, where's the rings, bro?
Mhm.
Where's the rings? And we get the opportunity to see how Jordan's here. What did you think about this first look, Stu?
I thought it was a interesting choice for a first look because like we start out with civilian clothing, but we have the ring to remind us that it's a Green Lantern show. One thing I also love is how ambiguous it is as to whether or not John Stewart currently has his ring, because if you look at his hand, his finger just completely covers up his
I
ring
can't
finger,
tell.
so we can't even see. And it does, and it's interesting because like one of the other things that we also hear about it is that like John Stewart is hesitant of picking up the ring. So I'm wondering if that's what this image is supposed to kind of convey. I think I'm definitely really hyped for this. It's a really cool first image to go with. It brings up a lot of questions. Why are these two walking when they could just use the Green Lantern ring to fly wherever it is that they're going? Also, like, even their kind of relationship is kind of a mystery in this image, because like the way the two of them are walking side by side, it's almost like they accept the fact that they have to work together, but neither of them are friends with each other at this point in the story yet. That's kind of like the vibe I get. They're just like working together because they kind of have to at this point. I don't know. It's a simple image, but it opens up a lot of questions, and it gets me again hyped up for Green Lantern.
Yeah, I don't know why it came back to me. I totally agree with you. There is, when I look at this image, it does feel like Hal just got done with like a bender, and he's just like waking up, and he's just like, all right, I gotta train this rookie, and we gotta go on this thing together. And it's almost like John, I mean, just walking by side. You're right there. I don't want to say there's a reluctancy, but it's kind of like a, man, I got to be trained by this guy sort of thing, right? Like, he's the one that's got his stuff together. He looks over at Hal. He's all disheveled. Um, I do wonder if there's not animosity, but I do wonder if there's like some definitely something going on between these two, in the sense of like having to work closely together. But yeah, man, I really love the first look. I will say, look, I think everybody was certainly hoping for costumes for sure as the first look. It might be kind of underwhelming to some people here, but I also find it fascinating that they really are sticking true to their concept of wanting it to be grounded. I think they both show personality too in both of these images, in regards to what they could potentially be going through, how they hold themselves and how they carry themselves, which makes us as viewers certainly ask some questions. I am glad you brought up the idea of like, why are they walking when they could just be flying, sort of thing. I do think that's interesting. Like, does John not have a ring yet?
um
I would assume that he does, though, if he's working side by side with Hal. I couldn't imagine that there's like a, hey, you got to prove yourself trial sort of thing. Usually rings choose you immediately. Um
It could
So
be that he doesn't trust himself yet with the
oh, with
ring.
the ring, possibly. I do like the first look at the ring here too. I know some people are saying like, oh, it looks a little bit underwhelming. It's a pretty lazy design. If anything, I don't mind the design. I do think that this design changes as he actually gets into his uniform. I do wonder if this is sort of just like, hey, I'm just in my civilian clothing. I want something a little bit like a little bit more discreet so people don't necessarily know that I'm a Green Lantern as I'm walking out without my mask on, sort of thing. So I do wonder if this is his ring just sort of like in incognito mode until he's ready to actually put on his uniform here. But I expect his ring design to be different from John's, different from Guy's. I think they're smart enough to have different ring designs for all of our characters.
Hmm. Yeah, for me personally, I kind of like the simplicity of the ring in this compared to like the Green Lantern movie with Ryan Reynolds. Not that I didn't like the design that they had for the ring in that movie. I don't know. Sometimes less is more, and I think in the particular case of this design of the ring, I think it's an example of that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. There was an article in Vanity Fair that I think is worth reading here. As again, we're gonna go through some of this. This is really sort of our first look and breakdown at the show. Um, Vanity Fair. What was their title? When Green Lanterns become true detectives, meet HBO's pulpy prestige lanterns. The series with Kyle Chandler and Aaron Pierre, which just went into production, dives into a murder in Nebraska. So interesting setting here. Um, HBO's Lantern, now in production, embraces everything high concept about genie-esque space cops while being rooted in the earthiest of TV genres, the prestige pulp detective show. Kyle Chandler plays Hal Jordan, a seasoned lantern approaching retirement. So he sounds like he's about to hang up his ring. And Aaron Pierre plays John Stewart, the trainee who will replace him. Together, they investigate a murder in Nebraska, which leads them to still darker mysteries as well as reckonings. Um, I find that interesting here. That this is like it is one of those things. Like I know Hal Jordan's a seasoned veteran, but the concept of him retiring is interesting, and the idea of John Stewart coming in to sort of replace him. I've kind of always been under this assessment that he's simply just training the rookie. I never expected Hal Jordan to be ready to sort of hang up the ring. So I do think that this puts both these characters in a really interesting state of mind, and maybe adds to the idea of like what you mentioned about them walking side by side and the personalities, like the vibes that they're kind of giving off to each other. What do you think about that though? Him facing retirement.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think that like he basically had to face something that was just too much for him, and so he's ready to hang it up. But of course, they have to have someone in that sector. Which actually wait, no, that wouldn't work because we technically already do with Guy Gardner. So I don't know. Yeah, it is interesting with him retiring, and I'm wondering if it's because like either just it's too at the time of this show, it's too much for him, or if there's like a part of him that actually feels like, hey, there are plenty of other superheroes out there, they got this, and that's probably why he's ready to retire. But yeah, I definitely get that kind of that vibe of that trope of oh, my last day before retirement. Hopefully nothing bad happens to me.
Yeah, right. Like the man, I was just about to retire tomorrow, and now you put this murder mystery on my plate. Like, come on, bro. Like, I just want to be done with this, right? And then gets pulled into this big mystery. Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like to me. But it does also make me feel like how Jordan finds himself in a really vulnerable place. We've teased the idea of like, is Hal Jordan going to end up being a villain? Like, is he going to turn into Parallax after this? Is this going to be a build up to something really big? The idea of him being at the end of his journey as a lantern here, I do think leaves him kind of susceptible to being a little bit more pessimistic about things for sure. So
I think that if
we'll
fans
see.
are okay with if fans are okay with them taking a storyline that didn't work in the comic books but can work if it's redone, I like the idea of Hal Jordan becoming Parallax at the end of this series. Like, you think that it's going to be the cliche of, oh, he mentioned that he's about to retire, which means he'll probably die before the end of this, but instead it's that he finds like the wrong cause worth dying for at the very end of it instead. So you would have to write it well so it doesn't piss off fans, but I think that timing wise, it would make sense for this type of show to be like an origin story for him becoming Parallax.
Yeah, I think that timing is definitely there. Whether or not they'll pull the trigger on it, I don't know. Because it would, I like the idea of keeping Kyle Chandler around as Hal Jordan a little bit longer than just one season of a show. So we'll see. We'll see if he sticks true and either continues to be a Lantern or if he just truly retires after this. Who knows? Um, Leading the Lantern's charge is writer and showrunner Chris Mundy, an Emmy-nominated veteran of crime dramas who oversaw Ozark during its celebrated four-season run. Also served as an executive producer on the Jodie Foster season of True Detective. A comic book neophyte, he was recruited to the mission by DC Studios chiefs. He says, "I was drawn by the challenge and fun of creating something really grounded inside this big, amazing mythology. From the beginning, all we talked about was how can we take all the things we loved about the source material and turn it into a layered human HBO drama. Just the idea of trying to pull that off was exciting to me." He also says, with Monday citing True Detective and Slow Horses as tonal touchstones, Lantern sounds light years away from the 2011 Green Lantern. Let's see. Talk a little bit about the origin of the Green Lantern. It says, "Our lanterns have the rings and all the power that they bring, and other characters and aspects of the lore are going to show up or be name checked. But it's a series that explores who these guys are when they're on the job and when they're out of uniform. It's designed to be accessible for people who don't know the mythology, but hopefully really satisfying for people that know it backwards and forwards."
Ooh, okay.
He adds that Lanterns is set in its own creative realm, separate from other current or forthcoming DC studio films and shows. He says, "We're not part of a larger storytelling plan right now. Season one is designed to be its own thing, complete season of television that hopefully will become many seasons of television." What do you think about that, Stu?
Now that actually surprises me only because I was kind of going off the theory that like the overall big threat, the pieces of that mystery were going to start in this show. That's
Yeah,
what
me
I
too.
was under the impression of. But I guess James Gunn is really insistent on like making sure every project feels personal. So they probably don't want to like hype up any like Justice League related story. At least not like if it basically messes with the story that the writer of the individual project is trying to tell.
I mean, I do wonder if you can still get away with that though. Like, even though he says like we're not part of a larger storytelling plan right now. Season one is designed to be its own. Is there a possibility that there could be breadcrumbs or like a tease of something in here that eventually, if you watch Superman and Lanterns, like there are things that do connect, but it's still kind of self-centered on its own storyline. I am curious because you're right. It does feel like opposite of what James Gunn initially kind of told us was going to happen with Lanterns, kind of setting off the bigger mystery of what's going to happen in the overall DCU. But yeah, he says we're not part of a larger storytelling plan right now. So I do wonder where that balance comes from. But I do think this line here is reassuring for people that are wondering how grounded is it in the sense of, will they explore the mythology? I mean, he says the lanterns have the rings and all their powers that they bring. Other characters and aspects of the lore are going to show up and be name checked, right? So they're not completely avoiding the mythology. But I do like the sentence. It says, "But it's a series that explores who the guys are when they're on the job and when they're out of uniform." So to me, this shows we are going to get a best of both worlds here, but it's still very much a grounded show. and I think they really are emphasizing the layers that the show is certainly going to have about it. That it's just not going to be all cosmic. That we really are going to get down into sort of character introspection, character study and whatnot about these characters' lives and stuff. And to me, I really dig that idea.
Oh yeah, it's characters that oftentimes make a story good, and so yeah, if that's what they're focusing on, then yeah, got a good recipe. Especially, so something that I also didn't know was that one of the showrunners, and I think this is perfect because this is what they're trying to emulate. I also love how they got a showrunner from True Detective working on this, and then you get people that worked on the comic books like Tom King, who knows everything about the Green Lantern mythos. You get them working together, and it seems like the perfect recipe to get kind of the best of both worlds. Like they can tell their grounded story, but that doesn't mean like the more cosmic side of the DC doesn't exist within this world. It's just not the story that they're telling for the show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He also says Monday's creative team includes 2 leading lights of superhero storytelling and mystery serials, noted for their interest in the human, spiritual, and political dimensions of fantastical characters. They most notably talk about Tom King, and then of course Damon Lindelof. It says Damon Lindelof returning to the superhero genre for the first time since his 2019 Emmy-winning Watchmen, which was incredible.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I love Tom's comics, particularly Vision, and I loved Ozark. Right there, you have a cool mashup of things. So when they asked me if I wanted to join the team, I was in for the road trip, says Damon Lindelof, who has a more deep cut appreciation of Green Lantern comics. He says, particularly the offbeat sci-fi short stories of the Green Lantern Corps penned by Alan Moore in the 80s. He says, what I've always loved about Green Lantern is that he's a superhero whose imagination is his greatest strength in terms of using his ring to conjure amazing things. That's cool to me, especially as an artist. The other thing I loved about Green Lantern Corps, besides its diverse range of male, female, and alien characters, is the fun camaraderie and competitive tension between its members. It's a community of lone wolf cops with an idealistic ethos that demands a lot of them, and that makes for such a rich source of drama. You see here. Oh, it says, as Mundy and his cohort of superheroes, super friends, fleshed out their versions of Hal Jordan, they envisioned the character Chuck Yeager from The Right Stuff. It says, Kyle has the qualities in spades. He's been so ridiculously good in so many things. He's also very funny in a dry wit way, which is important for the character. He's perfect for the part, and he's going to make us all look really good, basically. I do love that. I love that. For John Stewart, Mundy says he needed an actor. Hold on, let me also pull this image up here. It says for John Stewart, Mundy says he needed an actor who can embody a complex character who's both a Marine and an artist. Aaron is a serious theater actor, yet he also looks like he was built in a lab to be an action hero. Those 2 qualities spoke to me. He's an extremely thoughtful performer with a huge range and the ability to be many things at once, which you need for John Stewart, which I totally agree, man.
Mm-hmm.
What was that movie he was just in? Rebel Ridge, I believe, on Netflix. If you guys have not seen Rebel Ridge yet, please do yourselves a favor. Aaron Pierre is so good in that damn movie. He truly is. Mundy says in regards to what he's seen so far, he's happy with what he's seen so far. The scripts are done and James is killing it. Talking about the director, not James Gunn, but there's another director named James that's doing the first 2 episodes, and James is killing it in terms of directing for this first week. We're getting the scope of what we're hoping to get, and Kyle and Aaron are just great together. Their chemistry on screen is fantastic, and they set a great tone for excellence and camaraderie on set. We know we have to deliver great stories for the audience, and what I've seen so far bodes well. Yeah, man. I'm excited for this. Finally getting the opportunity to see our very first look at both of these characters, and some further insight in regards to this series. I cannot wait, man. There's still no release date as of yet, but production is currently in full swing, as it looks like they've been at least filming for about a week or 2.
The important part of every buddy cop movie is, of course, the dynamics and the character chemistry, and the fact that that's one of the things they brought up. That, yeah, again, it's all good things to hear. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I totally agree. Aaron Pierre looks like the kind of guy to give himself Botox to make himself look younger. What? But the day he removes the bandages, then he immediately gets hit by a car. What the fuck? Okay, Marcelino. Was that a movie reference? I'm trying to wonder. Let me see. Marcelino says when Lanterns was first announced as detective story, many were hoping that they would be doing all that in space. Yeah, I did think it was going to be more like a space opera kind of crime drama. So you can have the detective element while embracing the Green Lantern's mythos. Yeah, it looks like they're just doing it backwards here. I do expect them to certainly continue to do that mythos. They don't seem like they're shying away from it. I mean, they definitely tease the idea of not only name drops, but characters that we've known from the lore popping up in here also. So yeah, a little bit backwards, giving us I think exactly what you're asking for, but just on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Many people think that they should have casted someone in their 40s to play Hal, so you can still have a veteran Hal while also being young enough to tell more stories. How old is Kyle Chandler? Is he in his 50s?
I think he was like mid 50s or early 50s. I think he's young enough to where if they wanted to keep him around for a while, they could, but also old enough to where if they wanted to tell more stories like from beforehand, I think they could just hire a younger actor to play the character as
Oh
well. So
wow!
that way, if Kyle is like too busy, like they can have kind of the best of both worlds.
He's actually 59.
Oh shit! Never mind.
Yeah, he's 59. Who was the other option that we saw? We had her, Josh Brolin. Brolin is 57. So it is interesting the age route that they decided to go here. I mean, yeah, Kyle Chandler is getting ready for retirement legitly. He's almost to that age. But yeah, I guess I was kind of under the impression of like mid 40s. I can't we talked about this earlier when they were casting for the role, what the age range was going to be that they were certainly looking for, and it does feel like it was younger than 57 or even 59. But I guess it really comes down to like who really portrayed the character the best, like it does feel like I really want to know who else was on this short list of actors, because I don't necessarily know if Kyle Chandler was like their first choice. He definitely doesn't seem like he was their first choice, but I do wonder if he was like, was he the second, was he the third, was he the fourth? But I think the fact that they went with Kyle Chandler speaks volumes as to him being able to, one, if Josh Brolin was their first choice, they probably had a mindset or quickly changed their mindset of the age range that would fit their role a little bit better. Because if they were going for somebody in their 40s, I doubt Josh Brolin would have even been in their mind space. But then the fact that he turned it down and they still went with somebody even older than Brolin to do this role, I think is fascinating about their mindset as to what they truly wanted for Hal Jordan here. But I get the idea of wanting him to be a little bit younger to tell more stories. But hearing from just the Vanity Fair article of him being in retirement, Jon Stewart coming to be his replacement, it does make one wonder if Kyle Chandler has more time as Hal Jordan after this, or if it's very limited. People do joke all the time, Stewart, that Kyle Chandler dies in like all his projects. I do wonder if this is another case of that.
He didn't die in Super 8, did he?
As the father, no, I don't believe he did. No.
Yeah, see, there's some things he's not quite like Sean Bean, like where Sean Bean's the one that always gets killed.
Marcelo says Kyle Chandler will be 60 in a few months. That's kind of crazy. So yeah, it does make me wonder how many more seasons does Kyle Chandler have in him? Is this going to be a one-off for him, or if he does continue, maybe his time is just kind of limited here. But I mean, yeah, if you think about it though, we got Guy Gardner who's older. How old is damn, what's the actor's name now? Nathan Fillion. Let me see.
Oh, I totally forgot.
Let me see. Nathan Fillion age. He's 53 too. right? So these guys have been veterans in their lanterns for a really long time. So it does make one wonder, how long do you keep them around for? Um, and it does feel like John Stewart is truly set up to be like the face of the Green Lanterns here within the first couple of years, kind of going forward.
You know what? I'm going to say this. If the only other Green Lantern that Hal Jordan has had interactions with was Guy Gardner, it's kind of no wonder that he's hesitant in training another Green Lantern.
That's a good point. That's a good point. What's up, Frankie? I love this. Morning, y'all. Aaron Pierre's looks are due to the fact that black don't crack. Absolutely. Ain't no Botox in that skin for that man. That's for sure. I totally agree with you, Frankie.
Natural sexiness.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny. I had you guys remember Jin Saku? He posted something on Twitter the other day of this very picture, and he was like, yeah, he's like, this looks like me and like my 40-year-old coworker going to work or something like that in the morning. And I was like, yo, Jin, that's me and you, buddy. That's me and you. And he's like, it could be. He's like, but you're not in your 40s. I was like, bro, I'm 42, my guy. And he was like, what? He was like, I thought you were like 30 something. I was like, no, dude, black don't crack, man. Black don't crack. So yeah, you're onto something there, Frankie. Absolutely. But yeah, guys, let us know your thoughts. First look at Aaron Pierre and Kyle Chandler as John Stewart and Hal Jordan. What do you guys think of it? Was it what you were expecting? Was it what you were hoping for? Was it not what you were expecting, but you're satisfied with it nonetheless? I definitely want to go ahead and know your guys' thoughts in the comment section box below. And from there, Stuart, we're going to move on to our next DCU topic. As James Gunn is back in the news. We talked about it last week, guys. We were going to set you guys up with some huge DCU announcements this week. And lo and behold, we are here, baby. Variety and a bunch of different outlets had literally a press conference with Peter Safran along with James Gunn as they broke down the future of the DCU and to give people updates in regards to some of the projects that are working on, some things that are going great, maybe not so great, and kind of what the future looks like, Stuart. So you ready to go ahead and break this all down with me, man?
Hells yes.
Let's talk about it. I thought this was a nice breakdown here from Variety. As we got a Slate update. And I did like that they actually broke this down into segments for us too, so we can focus on particular franchises at one time. And also, by the way, he does highlight the infamous James Gunn and Zack Snyder picture that we highlighted last week too. It says they say it's weird sitting here because it does feel like no time has passed, and yet so much has happened since the last time that they announced it back in January of 2023. Safran says, we look so much older. That's the biggest difference. Yeah, I would imagine the idea of Gunn says, yeah, you really do. That's fucked up. That's sucked up, James. But yeah, let's see here. It says, along with those updates over the course of an hour, Gunn and Safran held forth on several topics for them. I thought this was an interesting tidbit here. Safran noted that DC Studios is ultimately aiming to release 2 live-action films, 1 animated film per year. So we're looking at 2 live-action films and 1 animated film per year. So on the film side of things, we're looking at 3 films a year.
That it's different from what they said, what he said originally, but I'm also not against that idea. That still doesn't seem like they're quite going too much yet. But I remember like before when James Gunn at one point was trying to say that he wanted to do 2 movies and 2 shows a year, and now it's sounding like 3 movies and 3 shows, with each show with one of those 3 shows being animated.
Well, and then they go on to say too, and 2 live action and 2 animated series
2
per
and
year.
2. Never mind.
Yeah. But the executives also reiterated the overall philosophy guiding their creative choices, namely that no project will get a green light until Gunn and Safran are satisfied with a completed screenplay. It is hard enough making a good movie with a good script, Gunn says. It's almost impossible making a movie with the script that you're writing on the run. This is why, for example, they greenlit Clayface on the strength of Mike Flanagan's screenplay, even though, as Gunn said, we had no plans on making a Clayface movie. So the aim yearly, 3 films, 1 animated. And then on the series side of things, 2 live action and 2 animated per year. That feels like a hefty dose. I am curious though, while that might be ultimately what they're aiming for, I don't even necessarily know if they have I was gonna say there's a part of me that doesn't even know if they have enough projects in the works for that, but they might. Now that I think about it, I don't know what the one animated film would be, but we do have some animated series that they've announced in here that we'll talk about. And then you think about 2 live action things. You got Peacemaker down the pipeline and Lanterns down the pipeline. So maybe that's the 2 that they're referring to. And then maybe the following year they've got 2 other ones, or maybe like renewable seasons also. They may not necessarily be like 2 brand new live action series every year, but if they have intentions of doing seasons 2 and stuff, maybe it would be additional seasons of those shows. But that feels like a hefty number, or a hefty goal though.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Which is why I hope, they stick to what they're currently doing, which is like, not green lighting it until the script is ready to go. So they're not forcing themselves to stick to that schedule. I hope it's like
Right.
more of a guideline for them rather than like a requirement.
I would agree with you too. I feel like they're smart enough to do that, especially if they have to reiterate the idea that nothing's going to get done until the scripts are ready. So you might be right. That might be what their ultimate plan, what they envision, but that may not necessarily come to fruition. But I do think in regards to the things that they have greenlit, 2026 especially, feels like we're gonna get at least the beginnings of that plan from them, because what we probably gonna have the Clayface movie 2026, the Supergirl movie 2026, Lanterns, the television series that year, right? So 2026 feels like Superman's gonna be the beginning of it, and then I think maybe Peacemaker later this year. I don't know, but 2026 feels like the heavy handedness of DCU. This approach stands in pointed contrast with DCU's counterpart, Marvel Studios, which has quite famously announced many movies and their release dates without saying anything close to a finished script. But this is an issue that Gunn and Safran first raised in their 2023 presentation, and Gunn has repeated it several times since on social media. In general, the overall presentation on Friday, while informative and insightful, lacked a sense of immediate urgency. There weren't any major announcements, even as Gunn and Safran alluded to other unnamed DC projects that they're excited to talk about at some future date. So yeah, it's in the sense of it didn't have the sense of urgency. It feels like they're not just trying to throw a bunch of projects at us with announced dates that they're not ready for yet. They are sort of at least updating us in regards to certain things. So here's some of the highlights. We're going to dive into the Batman franchise right now. 2 Batman movies, Clayface and The Penguin Season 2. It says, given that Batman has remained the most consistently successful DC character for decades, it perhaps should not be a surprise that Gunn and Safran spent considerable amount of the updates about DCU's Caped Crusader. First up, Clayface. Safran confirmed that British director James Walken is in talks to direct what he characterized as a body horror film. And Gunn said that they hope works as a pure horror movie for somebody who doesn't care at all about DC. So that's interesting. I do love the concept of it as a body horror film. Wasn't the Substance movie just referred to as a body horror film also?
Yeah, I would
Right.
consider it a body horror comedy.
So yeah, it looks like maybe they're jumping on that bit, but we did discuss James Watkins last week, and it seems as though Peter Safran has confirmed that they're in talks to do that. The plan is to start shooting this summer, and also started the casting process. Gunn said that actors who voice a role in an animated project will also play them in live action. But while Alan Tudyk has voiced Clayface in 2 animated series, Gunn said that he won't play the role in the feature film since he wasn't a primary role.
Which I
For
think
Tudyk.
we talked about that
Yeah,
last week.
last
We were
week.
talking about how it felt like he was more Phosphorus than he was Clayface. Clayface felt very much like, anyone could have kind of done that version of the character.
Yeah, absolutely. So casting process has started. Filming set to shoot this summer for Clayface. So that's definitely greenlit, ready to go. Safran offered a brief update on the Batman Part 2, saying Matt Reeves has yet to turn in a full script, but what we have read so far is incredibly encouraging. They have even less to say about the possibility of the second season of spinoff The Penguin, saying we don't know. There are a lot of moving pieces, probably most important, Colin himself, and Gunn added and 800 pounds of makeup. So we'll see. And that would make sense. I mean, look, if you don't even have a script for Batman Part 2 yet, you don't even necessarily know where your characters are going to be at the end of it to even warrant a season 2 of The Penguin also. So I do think a lot of what the Penguin's future holds is going to be dependent on Matt Reeves finishing his script.
I kind of don't want a Penguin season 2, and that's coming from a guy who loved season 1. I just think that it felt like this was written to be a mini series, and I don't think we need to continue that story. I think the story is there, and we should continue it in Batman, not necessarily in Penguin season 2.
Shout out to Darth Gutierrez. What's up, Darth? Good to see you in here, man. Appreciate you. DC also remains in active development on Batman Brave and the Bold, the film meant to bring the Dark Knight into the MCU. Safran says that story is coming together nicely. And Gunn added that he's been especially focused on the project, given that everybody knows I love Batman. Unfortunately, Gunn said it's very unlikely that the Batman star Robert Pattinson would reprise the role for Brave and the Bold, but he did not forecast the possibility that the DCU version of the character could show up before his title film. He says, I wouldn't rule out anything. He could show up in something else, but the actor doesn't exist yet.
Mm-hmm. Which I think if I'm a betting man, I feel like we're going to at least get an actor established in Clayface. I don't know if he's going to play a big role in that movie.
Think so?
I think so. I'd almost be willing to bet on it. Not quite, because Clayface is a pretty low budget, and if they want like a really big actor to play Batman, I could see them being a little hesitant. But I don't know. I feel like because the Batman is going to be coming out sometime around the same time as Clayface, it probably means we're not going to be getting the Brave and the Bold around that time, which means that probably if they want to assure fans that Batman is in this universe, that we're going to be seeing him soon, maybe they should introduce an actor to play the character to like let the audience know, hey, he's here, everyone. We're just, he'll come eventually, but we just got to give it a little more time. So I feel like Clayface would be the right movie to do that with. But I'm also only thinking of it at a marketing kind of perspective. I don't know like what the story is for Clayface. So if they're really focused on the story and Batman just wouldn't work in that story, I could also be. That's where I can see that I'm probably wrong as well. But yeah, if I'm a betting man, I think we're gonna see him in Clayface.
I wonder. Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out why my screen share is not working. I just had it a second ago. Let me your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. Then click the screen icon in your address bar. Maybe I should I'll try and refresh this real quick and see. There we go. That was weird. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it's interesting. That's interesting, Stuart. I don't really know. I know he has mentioned the idea that there will be a Batman movie in 2027. I don't know if he confirms the idea that it will in fact be the Batman or his Batman, but I would be interested to see how that plays out if Batman does pop up sort of anywhere else before that. I mean, he says don't rule it out, so it certainly is a possibility.
Mm.
Come on, you really gonna start doing this to me now?
It was working just
It was
perfectly
working
earlier.
just fine. Yeah.
Just when you get comfortable with it, that's when it starts to. That's when it's like, nope, we don't want to work.
There's these damn ads just messing me up here. Okay. Damn it. Animation, dynamic duo, Blue Beetle, and 3 new television series. As reported in October, DC Studios is in pre-production of the animated feature film Dynamic Duo. Safran said about the 2 Robins who fought alongside Batman, Dick Grayson, and Jason Todd. It provides a kind of perfect on-ramp for family audiences into the world of Gotham. The studio is also in active development on the animated series about Blue Beetle that would continue the events of the 2023 feature film, which was one of the last titles made. Safran says he expects executive producers Angel Manuel Soto and Gareth Dunnett Alcocer um, to present the project for a possible green light pretty soon. So,
Awesome.
so yeah, we're still waiting on that. He also announced that they've greenlit 3 younger skewed animated series. So these are greenlit. These are ready to go. 3 younger skewing animated series, all overseen by Warner Brothers Animation and DC Studios. So let me bring these up here first. This one might excite you, Stuart. My Adventures with Green Lantern. It'll follow a high school student, Jessica Cruz, as the Green Lantern, who has her life upended when, according to the official logline, a Green Lantern power ring falls from the sky and chooses Cruz to be its champion. Things get even worse when more debris from the Lantern's ancient space war arrives along with their alien foes. Um, so that's the first one that we got there, and yes, this is connected to the My Adventures with Superman. It's in the same timeline as that animated series.
I'm curious if we get her character introduced in My Adventures with Superman, or if they're just going to have her in her own show and then eventually they'll just like cross over.
Oh yeah, it's a possibility. Next up, we've got DC Superpowers. Takes place at a line school for heroes and focuses on new students Lightning, Flash, Plastic Man, Aqua Girl, Green Lantern, and Terra, who level up their powers under the supervision of Principal Martian Manhunter in hopes of one day graduating and becoming the next generation of Earth's defenders. I am curious when they say Green Lantern, if this is also Jessica Cruz in here, or if it's another Green Lantern.
Ooh, what
Was
if
it
it's Simon?
Simon? Yeah, I was
Simon
thinking maybe
Baz,
Simon.
right?
Yeah.
Let's see, that would be cool. Okay, so if this show was in the DCU, I actually would have been kind of disappointed. But if as long as it's like in its own standalone universe, I think this is a really fun idea for a DC cartoon series.
And then finally, we've got Starfire. Um, serves as the origin story for the fan favorite title character, perhaps best known as part of the Teen Titans. The show follows her adventures after she uses an ancient spaceship she discovers on her home planet of Tamarin to escape her planet and explore the stars. Along the way, she'll meet space biker Crush, paint loving Fern, and the magical princess Amethyst of Gemworld. And together they will uncover the deepest reaches of the DC universe, save space dolphins, surf technicolor nebuluses, and boldly soar into the unknown. So yeah.
See this, yeah, again, sounds like fun. Definitely. Starfire is a character that's interesting to make a cartoon around, just because I feel like I can't think of any times she's had her own comic book run. I know she had her book that came out. It was like, it wasn't even a graphic novel; it was just like a regular novel called "Not My." It was like "Not My Mother's Daughter" or something, and it was basically about the daughter of Starfire. But like the joke kind of being that she turns out to be a lot more like Raven than Starfire, because she has kind of a more goth vibe going for her. But I do think that like with all the lore around her character, like she is a character you can make a show around. So I'm really excited to see how it goes. And it sounds like they're doing some really fun stuff with the DC mythos, involving, of course, Princess Amethyst, and even Crush, who I believe that's supposed to be Lobo's daughter, because I believe she was in the Teen Titans Rebirth comic books, where the team was led by Damian Wayne. So she's kind of an interesting character, but she was introduced to the comics when I kind of stopped reading them. So I don't know a lot about her. I just know that she's one of those characters who's like, I'm nothing like my father.
I will say I do think Starfire does have a universal base of fans. I do think if there is, I mean, look, I think there's plenty of Teen Titans characters you could create animated series for. I think it's I think the idea of Starfire getting her own is pretty smart.
Mm-hmm.
They also say we got Sergeant Rock, Teen Titans, and other rumored projects. Gunn and Safran engaged in some of their most telling exchanges when they were asked about DC projects that have not yet officially been announced. Safran, for instance, pointed out, and this is an interesting one here, Stuart, because we just talked about this last week. They pointed out Daniel Craig was never attached to a Sergeant Rock movie.
Yeah, I heard that too. It makes me relieved, because I was starting to get worried last week when it was announced that he wasn't a part of it, and it sounded like it was because he wasn't sure if he would get an award for it. So I'm happy to find out that is not the case.
Yeah, he says he was never attached to the Sergeant Rock project. The actor had been floated for the role due to his creative relationship with the director attached. But he says, but we never met with Daniel. He was just an idea. So, just the idea of that, I guess his name was brought up in regards to it, and people just ran with it. He says, James Gunn says, well, we've never really even announced Sergeant Rock. So
that is true. It was the internet that basically
it was the internet.
kept running with the story.
And that's what I said. That's why I said last week. I was like, dude, there's so much drama for a Sergeant Rock movie that has not even been announced yet, bro. Like they have not even greenlit this project, and yet people are talking so much about it. It says later a reporter asked about the status of a screenplay about Teen Titans, a group of young superheroes written by Anna Noguera, who also writes Superwoman, Woman of Tomorrow. This is where it gets interesting. Safran says the script's not ready yet. I mean, I think we said that Anna Noguera is writing it, and Gunn said we haven't said that. And then Safran says, no, I think it was out there. I think it was out there. Gunn said it's out there. Gunn said the implication being that they never officially confirmed it until now. He says it was something that Anna was really impassioned about, and she turned over an amazing script for us. She's fiddling with that now, but it's definitely not a finished script. So I do find that fascinating. That Safran confirms, yes, the script's not ready, but she is writing it, and then he says, we haven't said that yet. No, I think it's out there. It's out there.
It's out there, but we didn't say it.
Yeah.
That's great.
I think that's pretty telling in regards to like what they find as official and what really isn't in their minds. You know what I mean?
I think it's like the way Peter Safran sees it is that if it's out there and it's accurate, he considers it to be like announced or something. Whereas James Gunn is like, I don't care if it's out there. I don't care if it's information that people know that is actually correct. Until we're actually like 100% sure we're going through with it, we're not going to announce it.
And I think that's like just, keeping your nose clean as best as you can. You don't want to step on your own toes. He's seen what's happened in the sense of like people making announcements that aren't really announcements that like reporters have made announcements for, but the studios haven't made announcements for. And then these stories keep building and building. And then when they don't come to fruition, then it's like, well, you told us it was going to happen. Like, no, we literally
You
never
never
said it.
said.
Yeah, things happen behind the scenes all the time. That I'm sure Peter Safran and James Gunn wish that people just were not privy of. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But once it's out there, yeah, it looks like they definitely try and keep things clean and organized in regards to telling people the truth about how production status is going. A reporter also followed up about that Deathstroke and Bane script that had been rumored a while ago. It's been a minute since we've talked about that. It was thrown out there that there was a project for Deathstroke being in development that might include Bane. And this is what they said. Safran says, "You say that like we've said that there's a Deathstroke and Bane script." Safran replied with a smile. He confirmed that Orton is working on a script for DC Studios, which Gunn said is something kind of like a Deathstroke and Bane story. So again, I do think it's important to understand that announcements are very different from when a uh, a reputable website may come out and say, "Hey, this movie's in development," or "We're hearing that these things are working out," sort of thing, compared to Peter Safran and James Gunn actually confirming that these things exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the Deathstroke and Bane thing may not even ever happen. But the fact that they're at least confirming that there is a working script out there is interesting. It says these exchanges may plain one of the challenges of running a superhero studio. Even the possibility of a new movie or a TV show feature one of these characters as development projects that may never come to pass is enough to unleash a torrent of headlines. Gunn and Safran have clearly decided that it's worth the trouble to maintain an ongoing open dialogue with the media and with fans about what they're doing, but it's also evident that their decisions come with its share of headaches. For reals. For reals. I don't envy them at all in that regards.
Yeah.
Come on. Variety. Let's see here. We did all that. Okay, I think this was. Okay, here we go. After fielding questions about Pattinson playing Batman, for example, Gunn sighed in exasperation. Yeah, he says, after fielding the question about Pattinson playing Batman in Brave New World, for example, Gunn sighed with exasperation. He says, these questions become headlines because they say, have you ever talked about this? We've talked about literally every permutation on the way to come into this job in terms of how we're going to handle it, what actors we're going to continue over, what we're going to merge. We've talked about everything. Have we talked about Grant Gustin? Yeah. Have we talked about Robert Pattinson? Yeah. We've talked about all these things, but serious conversations, no.
I'm glad he clarified that, because I understood him when he said that in the first interview, but clearly the internet didn't, because there were so many videos after he just simply said, we talked about it at one point. He said that, nothing more. And yet the internet went crazy and said, oh, I think this is James Gunn hinting that they may have changed directions and they're now going to implement the Batman into the DCU. It's, yeah, again, if they had planned that from the beginning, I would have been all down for it. I would have loved to see Robert Pattinson's Batman with David Cornsweet's Superman. But since we've gotten this far into the universe, and since they've already committed to the point where we've seen the DCU Batman now in Creature Commando, we know it is definitely not the Robert Pattinson Batman, or at least it can't be at this time. The only way it could work is you'd have to retcon the Batman to have it take place like 10 years in the past or something like that. Or maybe it wouldn't even be a retcon, because I don't think they ever establish a date, but you get what I mean. Like, it would just, at this point, I don't think it can work continuity wise within the DC universe. So I totally get James Gunn's decision to just want to do a completely separate Batman for this universe. Give us two different Batman, a grounded Batman and then the fantastical Batman. I think that's a good direction to go.
Yeah, I'm really glad that he's clarifying a lot of this stuff. Just because I do think it's important for fans of this, these fandoms to get an inside understanding of how studios work and how decisions are made. That yes, they talk about everything that you could possibly think of, but just the idea of them having talked about it doesn't mean that necessarily those conversations are serious enough to actually gain some leverage and actually happen. But they literally float all these concepts all the time. Booster Gold, Paradise Lost, Swamp Thing, Waller, and the Authority. This was further down the list of the Gods and Monsters slate, chapter 1 slate. So they are tackling some of this. It says Gunn and Safran also brief reporters about the status of some of these other projects. They remain in development on the Wonder Woman prequel series Paradise Lost, and they're also moving forward on developing the superhero comedy series Booster Gold after waiting on a particular showrunner creator who had expressed interest in the show but ultimately moved on. 3 other titles don't quite have as much wind in their sails. The horror film Swamp Thing has been stuck in limbo, with James Mangold focus on his Bob Dylan biopic, A Complete Unknown. And we also should preface that with James Mangold is also set to do a Dawn of the Jedi movie for Lucasfilm. So what comes first, Swamp Thing or Dawn of the Jedi? Who knows?
I feel like he's got to focus on Dawn of the Jedi first, because knowing Disney, if he delays even for like the slightest bit, they're going to be like, you know what, we're going to go ahead and move in different directions because of creative differences.
Yeah, I have heard James Mangold is working on the script for Dawn of the Jedi, so we'll see.
As much as I want Swamp Thing, I do think that should take priority then.
The Peacemaker spinoff series Waller, Gunn referred to it as a bumpy road, struggling to land the right script. The show, which is meant to precede season 2 of Peacemaker, also had to be reconceived after Peacemaker wound up going into production first. So Waller's Waller's on the, I don't want to say on the chopping block, but isn't really moving forward yet. Swamp Thing's not moving forward yet. Paradise Lost, they are moving forward in development, so development for that certainly continues, along with the Booster Gold stuff. The project that suffered the most, it seems, which is a bummer to me, is The Authority. Gunn spoke at length about the movie, which said would follow the events of Superman as attract a team of superheroes who adopt a more unsparing and ends justify the means philosophy than Man of Steel. In the intervening 2 years, however, The Authority has moved to the back burner. He says it's a very, very big movie. If you're going to do The Authority properly, Safran said, and some story elements perhaps that are in Superman and some other films that we fast track step a little bit on The Authority.
I remember hearing a rumor that David Zaslav was really pissed off from the numbers from Joker 2 because they were expecting that to break $1 billion, and they spent over $200 million on that movie. So the rumor is because The Authority would have an R rating and it would definitely be a very expensive movie to produce, is that David Zaslav decided to step in and say, hey, let's not make this right now at the moment.
Yeah, I could totally see that. That would make a lot of sense. Gunn added that the script also just had a harder time coming along, so the film hasn't been as much of a priority because it has been subsumed by everything from The Brave and the Bold to Paradise Lost. So again, just to clarify, Brave and the Bold in heavy development, along with Paradise Lost still in heavy development as well. So those are certainly working their way. The Zack Snyder photo. He asked if the photo meant that they've discussed possible creative collaboration. They said, look, they said they've known each other since Gunn directed scripts for the 2004 Oh, since Snyder directed Gunn's script for the 2004 Dawn of the Dead, sometimes talk about different things, but they took the they took the picture specifically because they knew it would melt the internet. He says
That's awesome.
we knew that people have this view that somehow we've been pitted against each other. It's odd that to have someone who you're friendly with in real life be the guy that is positioned as your Lex Luthor, or I'm his Lex Luthor. It's just a weird dynamic that's been created between factions online. So yeah, they had their intentions of sending that picture, which I thought was brilliant, man.
This makes me love both of them so much.
Like, yeah, I just want to change the narrative here. There were times it sounded like creative mandates Gunn and Safran had set for the DC universe were somewhat at a cross purposes. On one hand, Gunn said that they remain steadfast in making sure that each of these projects works as a standalone project so that you can see Superman and you can watch Lanterns without having to see both of them. On the other hand, Safran said that the entire reason they relaunched DC Studios as an endeavor, unifying all the DC projects across film, TV, animation, and video, is that people want to see these iconic characters interacting. To that end, Gunn said that he has mapped out roughly a 6-year plan to tell a wider story that would result in a culminating project akin to the Avenger movies, though he insists that each individual project works as its own thing. It isn't like they're chapters of an overall story. They're characters that are part of an overall story. That may seem like a distinction without a difference, but Gunn is clear that he knows where the overall story is headed. I'm intimately involved in all of that, he said.
Yeah, I think. Look at how Phase One of Marvel went. There were loose connective tissues, but for the most part, they weren't like trying to have every movie set up the next movie. The Incredible Hulk, for example, the first one to really have that connective tissue with another movie, had a post-credit scene connecting it to Iron Man, and then you had they referenced Shield a couple of times, and then of course they referenced the super soldier serum from Captain America, or they referenced the fact that it's the same serum that's been around since World War II. So they reference enough to where it's like, this is part of the bigger universe, but they never say anything like directly to set up the next Avengers movie until the end credit scene. By the time like the movie's over, the story that they were trying to the story they were trying to tell has been told. So I think that's the direction that they're going to be going with this, and I think that's a great idea because everyone loves Phase One of Marvel.
Yeah, Phase One of Marvel really worked for me, and I would agree. I know, I do remember hearing a interview with James Gunn where he said that he hates post credits. He hates doing post credit scenes because then it just sort of locks you in for having to follow that path into the next film. And I think he brought up Adam Warlock as an example at the end of Volume 2. He says, I kind of regret having Adam Warlock pop up in the post credit scene because then it sort of forced Adam Warlock to have a significant role in my next film in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. He says, I made it work, but it kind of armstrung him in regards to including Warlock maybe in a bigger role than he intended to. And so I do find that interesting in that sense, but I also expect his DC films to have post-credit scenes. And while I do think that these movies will stand alone, he may not even necessarily need post-credit scenes, but I do think it's okay if you have your follow-up movie have one or two references of something that happened in your past movies. Mm-hmm. It doesn't necessarily have to redirect, but I think just a small one or two references here or there in their own turn allows them to be connected in a big overall way. Or you can have something happen in one movie and then have a connective piece of that story in a second one that not necessarily continues what happens, but maybe adds to the first piece in the other one, so that you can literally sit and watch this movie by itself, discover something about a villain or what's going on in the overall picture. It still makes sense for the movie that you're watching, but realize that what you just watched actually builds upon what was in a previous movie or whatever the case may be. So I do think that there is plenty ways that you can have these movies as standalones not directly leading into each other, but build up to a big culminating cinematic event. And I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that it's a 0 hour event. I really want a 0 hour event, just because I feel like we've done Crisis so many times in other forms that or Dark Side and other. I don't want Crisis. I don't want Dark Side. Like I need something different at this point from DC to really grab my attention. And I think, look, if James Gunn can give us Starro the effing Conqueror in a Suicide Squad movie, I think he can do something really great in regards to giving us a unique and epic sort of culminating event type of movie. So I like the trajectory in which they're going right now, man. And I like their transparency, I should say, too.
Same here. Like right now, of course, we haven't gotten any movies from them, so it's like currently like at the stage of it all being talked. But everything that they've been saying, it sounds like they're being honest. It sounds like they're being straightforward about how they run things, which is really awesome. Something that, even Marvel, was never fully did, because you never had Kevin Feige going in front of the camera talking to the fans like as much as James Gunn is doing right now, and I think that's like really cool of him. And I think it really helps that you have two people running DC at this moment, with having one person handling the business side, one person handling the story side. I think this method works really well, and I'm wondering if it continues to work well through this first chapter of DC, if we might actually see them kind of use this method for Marvel going forward.
Yeah, it possibly could be. I do have a couple comments here. Darth Gutierrez says, I want Dark Side. One that has a good amount of screen time with great storytelling and development. That's fair, because Marcelino does say we never had Dark Side as the main villain as part of a saga. We've only had hints and setup for him, and that's true too. I guess just the hints and the setup, and then I feel like we've seen him a few times already in animated film stuff. So maybe that's why I said what I said, but I can understand actually wanting to see a proper Dark Side done. We have been teased with him, but as far as live action goes, that culminating battle of our heroes versus Dark Side, we've never really seen in live action. So I can understand that too. I can understand that too.
I just want them to I want them to build it up. I personally, and I don't think this will happen, but if we get this, did you ever watch the animated movie Justice League Dark Apocalypse?
No, but I've heard about it.
Because that's
I think I have seen that one.
That's how I would want Darkseid in live action if we get him, or at the very least, I would love that to be how they conclude his story, with him actually genuinely taking over Earth and nearly basically ruling it, and the heroes of the DC universe literally having to give up almost everything to stop him.
Marcelino says, Adam, if you want 0 hour, you could watch Green Lantern Beware My Power, which was loosely adapted. Maybe I'll check that one out.
Ooh, okay.
Three things I would love to see as far as culminating. I'm okay with Darkseid, because you guys make a good point. We haven't seen him in an actual battle with our heroes before. So Darkseid would definitely be up there. My other two would be Parallax for a 0 hour. And then I would also love a Legion of Doom. I would take any of those three would be my choices. But we'll see. We'll see what they have in store here. But right now, the plan for Peter Safran and James Gunn, I would assume beginning 2026, 3 films, 2 live action and 1 animated. And it sounds like 2 live action series and 2 animated series. So we'll see how that unfolds going forward. But yeah, guys, let us know all your thoughts, things that are in development, things that are taking a backtrack. What are you most excited about after hearing some of this? We definitely want to know your thoughts. Blossom says, Booster Gold, that dingus. Yep.
Heck yes.
I know his spiel and all, but I still think Booster Gold is a bigger dingus than Ollie and Tamateo put together. All talking about Super Sentai. Yeah, absolutely. Blossom Waller, as in Amanda Waller. I haven't seen her since Justice League Unlimited and Superhero Girls Era 1. Yeah, Waller is pretty she pops up in the Suicide Squad movie from DC. You can also see her in yeah, she's in the Suicide Squad movies. She has also done some animated stuff in Creature Commandos. But yeah, that's Amanda Waller has certainly popped up in live action. You should check her out. She's played by Viola Davis. I think Viola Davis is perfect for the role.
Yes, definitely.
All right, guys, with that out of the way, let's move on to our next topic. I have eliminated one of the topics, Stuart, just so you know, just for time purposes. So we will get to these last three topics here before we get into live viewer questions. But from the DCU to the MCU, as we are ever so close to the return of Daredevil Born Again, and one of the actors that are in fact set to reprise their role in return for Daredevil Born Again is John Bernthal as Frank Castle, the Punisher. How big of a role he's going to play in the season, in this particular season, that I certainly don't know, but the future sounds pretty bright for John Bernthal as the Punisher, Stuart. As I don't know if you recall the two projects that Marvel has tackled before in regards to their special presentations. But believe it or not, Stuart, they're back. We got a special presentation set, and it's set to star none other than John Bernthal as the Punisher himself. That's right, man. He's going to be tackling his very own special presentation. This article actually comes to us from Entertainment Weekly. John Bernthal Punisher will headline Werewolf by Night style Marvel special like a shotgun blast of a story. This is an exclusive report coming out even before we get ourselves to the actual Daredevil Born Again series itself. He's back, baby. This says, while Marvel continues to plot out a space for the Defenders roster of characters on Disney Plus, at least one will be branching off to do his own thing. John Bernthal's Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, will officially return after an initial appearance in Daredevil Born Again Season 1 as the actor's gun-toting Angel of Vengeance will also headline his own Marvel special in the vein that we wind up getting Werewolf by Night and the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. According to them, it looks like John Bernthal is also co-writing the script. It says Bernthal is also writing the script with his We Own This City director, who will helm this standalone special. It's like a shotgun blast of a story, but also has all the pathos and emotion that you want out of a Frank Castle story, is what Brad Winderbaum, the head of Marvel Television, tells EW. It's so exciting. Winderbaum tells EW the story concept for the Punisher special came while filming season 1 of Daredevil Born Again. On the show, Charlie Cox's Matt Murdock goes to Frank because he needs something done that he's unwilling to do. And Frank, a bull in a china shop, drives right to the heart of the matter. He also says Bernthal's a generational actor. He's incredible what he brings to all the roles he plays, but particularly Frank Castle. And he's a great writer. He knows the character inside and out. Also, I love the Punisher, but I love John's Punisher in particular. The idea that he's in the MCU can bring that to the greater universe, especially the more grounded street level stuff, is a huge opportunity. And as a fan, the greatest thing ever. So little tease here for Daredevil Born Again, that Matt Murdock asks Frank Castle to do something that he himself is unwilling to do. And it sounds like, I don't know if that's something that gets resolved in Daredevil Born Again season 1 or if that ends up being the premise of this special presentation. But Stuart, he's back, man. What do you think about him getting his own special?
You know, this sounds very similar to something that happened in the Civil War comics where Captain America had the Punisher doing a job for him. And then he got mad when he saw the Punisher doing his thing, which is, of course, killing people. And then he gets really pissed off at the Punisher. So I'm wondering if that's the kind of story we're getting set up in Born Again season 1, where Matt's like, hey, Frank, I need your help with something. And then suddenly one pile of dead bodies later, Frank, what did you do? And Frank's like, you asked me to do something. You know how I do things. What did you expect? So I'm wondering if that's what it's gonna like culminate in. But assuming that that's not the case, like we don't get that in season one, it's actually the setup for this special. It's definitely a kind of cool premise to set it up. I also love the fact that Jonathan Bernthal is actually writing this. I haven't seen a lot of his podcast, but I've listened to like kind of clips of it out of context. And I think that when it comes to like just overall human psychology, which is something that you really want to know when it comes to characters like the Punisher, I think if anyone can really dissect this character, especially since he's played this character and he knows people, you know, to a decent extent. I don't know, like, you know, if he actually studied psychology or anything like that, but I do know that like he really knows how to go down to people's levels, if that makes sense, like when he's talking with them in his podcast, because his podcasts do tend to get like really personal in terms of like kind of the things that get discussed. So I think that if anyone can really like kind of tackle the deeper layers within like Frank Castle as a character, it's definitely going to be Jonathan Bernthal, especially if he has another screenwriter helping him with this screenplay. I think that doing this as a special is a great idea, and I do hope it kind of leads to a Punisher movie at some point in the future. Like if Marvel is willing to start doing like kind of more R-rated movies like they did with Deadpool and Wolverine, like personally, if it were me, I would be trying to do like at least one a year, or one every other year, where it's like kind of like what they're doing right now with Clayface. I would love to like kind of just see more like R-rated Marvel movies that don't necessarily have that like huge MCU budget that others do, but you know, can still tell like a really good personal story. But yeah, I'm excited for this. I love this version of the Punisher. I loved him in Daredevil, and I'm really excited to see him come back in Daredevil Born Again, and then also to have his own special. You know, I'm really glad that they in the end decided not to ignore, you know, the Netflix shows that the fans really loved, and I'm loving that the Netflix shows are slowly becoming integrated into the MCU.
Yeah, you know, I gotta I gotta say, you know, John Bernthal is just one of those really talented actors that I think once you have in the fold, you just don't let this guy go, man. Especially when you know that you've landed him to play a role in Frank Castle that he's so good at. He seems like a really smart dude. Like I don't know where he went to school, what he studied or anything like that. He just seems like not only a smart dude, but just one of the most chill and laid back, sort of easygoing people that can, you put him in a room and he's like a social butterfly. He can literally connect with like anybody. I remember he came out to Dallas for a panel once. I remember he walked by me and I just stuck my hand out to shake his hand, and he was the kindest dude. He shook my hand, said, "Hey, what's going on, man?" And I mean, just real quick in passing, like he could have just completely ignored me. He could have been, you know, bigger than the people in the room that he was talking to, sort of thing. But he smiled, he waved at everybody, really great interactions with people on stage, you know, just the way that he talks and he holds himself. I do remember getting an opportunity to meet him very briefly, just a quick little communication, but to me, it just showed who John Bernthal certainly was as a person. And so you know, he talks about veterans. You know, he talks about really trying to do his part to understand who Frank Castle could be as a person. And I think it's allowed him to make connections with other veterans and understand their struggles and the things that they kind of go through. That's allowed him to really tap into a side of Frank Castle that really, I think, separates his Punisher from a lot of other people. And so for me, I agree. Like, I don't know if we will get a Punisher movie at any point in time. I think that we certainly should, but, and I've said this before too, you know, I'm still waiting for that Spider-Man grounded street level movie where the Punisher pops up in. Like, I think literally the Amazing Spider-Man comic book art of the Punisher having Spider-Man in his scope is such an iconic cover that the cover alone should be turned into a movie. Like they should have some level of interaction of somebody hiring the Punisher to go ahead and take out Spider-Man, sort of thing. Like I don't know how they would certainly set it up, if it's like a misdirection or a misunderstanding sort of situation. But I do think having John Bernthal, not just in Daredevil, not just in his own special presentation, which I'm excited for, but finding other ways to have him as a part of the overall MCU, I think honestly would do wonders for Marvel Studios. And even if they don't, I'm perfectly okay with the concept of him having a special presentation. I think this is great. I don't know how, I can't remember how long the special presentations were for Werewolf by Night or Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. They seem like they're accessible, maybe in the sense of like 30 minutes, maybe nothing super long. Do you remember how long they were, Stu?
They were under 40 minutes. I think they were like, I want to say Werewolf by Night was probably under 30 minutes. I think like Werewolf by Night was like 28 minutes. Guardians of the Galaxy was like a little over 30 minutes.
That sounds about right. And like for me, I'm thinking to myself, that's cool. Like I while I want special presentation, I almost want more. Like, can you turn this into an actual Punisher movie just as a special like, can I get an hour long sort of thing? Unless this is simply the mission that the Punisher has to go on for Matt Murdock, and maybe you can tell that story in anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes. But I just hope that the special presentation leads to more things for him, and not just cameos and a Daredevil Born Again season 2, but maybe getting his own series once again, or an actual, maybe a Disney Plus film. I'll take one of those too. But I do think John Bernthal's one of those characters in the Punisher that Marvel Studios should hold on to for sure.
Just hearing Disney Punisher special, I don't know, just something about that is just hilarious to me. It reminds me of the meme where you had Wilson Fisk basically just going, I just bashed someone's skull in with my card. You're watching Disney Channel.
If anything, I'm not even like, at first, yeah, that is startling to hear. But at this point, I'm not even concerned about it anymore, Stuart.
Oh, I'm not concerned because it sounds like they're not trying. It sounds like they're not afraid to have adult content on Disney now.
Yeah, not anymore. If I was worried about things being Disney-fied, I'm not worried about that so much anymore. I do think that they understand what their core audience wants to see out of these characters, and they're not afraid to push that limit anymore. Especially, and I think we'll definitely see that in Daredevil Born Again. And if we can see that in Born Again, we can see that in a Punisher movie or special for sure. So I'm not even concerned about that anymore.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we got a little preview of it in Echo. Like, it wasn't super violent or anything, but you definitely got a little more blood in Echo than you would have in like Hawkeye.
Well, I've heard Charlie Cox say that there's a scene in here where he literally can't watch it. Like it makes him like repulsed. Like he's got to turn his head whenever he watches the scene. He can't believe that they're getting away with some of the stuff that they're doing. So like, yeah, I mean, that's all I need to know, man. That's all I need to know. But yeah, guys, let us know your thoughts. How do you feel about John Bernthal getting this special presentation? I like these special presentations. These are one-offs that you don't have to necessarily commit to anything, but you can just tell really riveting stories in them. Werewolf by Night, I thought was really cool. An opportunity, I think, too, for creators to come in that aren't necessarily associated with Marvel Studios, but give things a shot, right? Like the composer, Michael Giacchino, directed his first project, and that was Werewolf by Night. I thought he did a marvelous job in that. I've said this before, but like the holiday special for Guardians of the Galaxy is now a mainstay as a holiday tradition in my household. We love it so much. Really heartfelt and funny as hell too. And so yeah, I think they could do some really, pun intended, special things with these special presentations. But yeah, man, let us know your thoughts. Marcelino says, I hear people say Marvel is finally giving what the fans want with the Punisher special and Daredevil Born Again, and not the Okoye show. Hey, listen, to be fair, my Facebook manager, admin over there, Reggie, he said, I'm kind of bummed that we're not getting the Okoye show now. So trust me, there are definitely some people that would love the opportunity to dive back into the world of Wakanda. That's why I'm just never a fan of people saying give the fans what they want. Every time I read it or I hear it, I cringe a little bit, Stuart.
Yeah, I'm
I
kind of
know.
right there with you. Like, to an extent, yes, I do think that you want to appease to the fans, but you don't want to like give them everything that they want, or else you don't have a movie at that point. You don't have a personal story that you're trying to tell. Like, you may have certain things that you want to see in a movie, but a movie has to have a personal touch to it. And if having that thing is going to ruin that personal touch, I'd kind of prefer they, leave it out, because then you ruin two things. One, you ruin the thing that like fans love, and then two, you ruin your own story that you're like kind of bringing into it from doing so. So yeah, I also do kind of cringe when people say just give the fans what they want, because it's like, what does that mean at this point? That is
Yeah,
such a broad thing to
that's
say.
because I know people that want an Okoye show. I
Mhm.
know people that want to be able to dive into some of these side characters. My pushback would just be, before they announce the Penguin show, I'm sure there's some people that said nobody wants a Penguin show. Who asked for this, right? Like, just give us Batman, and then they give us Penguin, and it's like the, the talk of the town. People are like, I can't believe I can't live without the Penguin show now, right? Like, so we have to sometimes take a step back, regardless of if they're even a side character, and there might be a really compelling story there that might, at the end of the day, once the series drops and people watch it, so people probably think to themselves, hey, I couldn't have lived without this show. So
Mhm. Yeah, some people love to look at Sonic as an example of give the fans what they want, but what people tend to forget is for every Sonic, you have a Rise of Skywalker. The result of what happens when you try to give the fans everything that they want.
he says these people say that a Koya show felt quantity over quality. That might be true. That might be true. I will give them the benefit of the doubt in that regards. He says, like Echo, and that Okoye is better as a side character, and they rather see more Wakanda in Black Panther 3. And that's fair. In the day and age in which Okoye was released, I can certainly understand that. But if you got Ryan Coogler as an executive producer and maybe overseeing the development of Okoye, maybe it just helps uplift something like a Black Panther 3, and if we're okay with certain characters making that transition to having their own special presentations or their own future, DC or MCU projects, you do have to build up some characters to kind of continue along with those franchises kind of going forward. But yeah, I can understand people feeling it was quantity over or quantity over quality, especially in the time that it was certainly announced. So I totally get that.
Mhm.
But yeah, guys, let us know your thoughts in regards to John Bernthal special presentation as the Punisher. And with that, we're going to go to another MCU project that's in the works, Stuart. One that we haven't heard much about. We have seen teases of, and that's the upcoming Wonder Man series starring Yahya Abdul Mateen the second or the third. I'm so sorry, Yahya, I forgot. But he is going to be in a brand new MCU series. We have seen clips and pieces of it, teases of it in regards to, I think they had a Disney Plus like sizzle reel for 2025, what we can expect. I don't believe this show is set to go ahead and drop until like fall or winter of 2025. So it's certainly still some ways away. But I do feel like there's some level of trepidation when it comes to the Wonder Man series out there. People don't really know what to expect, especially based off of the Simon Williams comic book character, the power set that you kind of see from him from the comic books, to then get a series about an actor who's going out for a role and literally focusing on the everyday life of an actor in this world. And it definitely, I think, has some people curious, uncertain as to how to feel about the Wonder Man series. But Stuart, this week, the head of Marvel, Brad Winderbaum, and people should start getting familiar with this gentleman's name because he's the head of not only television but animation as well. You may be hearing plenty from Brad Winderbaum in the future as Marvel starts revealing more and more about these television series. But he came out this week and gave us a little bit of a tease as to his impression of Wonder Man, and it's actually one that gets me kind of excited here, man. He says it's the best show no one's ever seen. I feel like that's really high praise. Could he just be gaslighting us? Who certainly knows? I feel like Brad Winderbaum is pretty on point with how he's viewed some of the animated slate that we've gotten, television slate that we've gotten. But he has some interesting things to say. He spoke with Collider Steve Wintraub, and Winderbaum confirmed that the Daniel Destin, Cretan, and Andrew-led series will consist of 8 episodes and deliver a completely fresh take within the Marvel Universe. The series stars Yahya Abdul-Mateen II as Simon Williams, an actor turned superhero known as Wonder Man. It also features Ben Kingsley reprising his role as Trevor Slattery and Demetrius Gross as Eric Williams, aka the Grim Reaper. Ed Harris is set to play Neil Saroyan, who is Simon's agent. I love Ed Harris. When asked about the tone of the series and how it compares to previous Marvel outings, Winderbaum was quick to highlight how unique Wonder Man will be. He says, Wonder Man is 8 episodes. It's a very new flavor for Marvel. It's straight from the minds of Destin Daniel Cretton and Andrew Guest. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things ever. I think it's the best show no one's ever seen, and I'm very excited to see the audience's reaction to it. I think it's a love letter to what we do as filmmakers. It's a love letter to acting as a profession, and it's a very sincere, beautiful show. The comment about the series being a love letter to acting is certainly aligns with the earliest reports that Wonder Man would explore Simon Williams' journey in Hollywood, blending superhero spectacle with the satirical eye to the movie-making business, which is certainly a new take on the Marvel formula. They do say that the episodes will vary, though, in length. Wonder Man, however, will mix things up. When asked about the runtime for the episodes, Winderbaum explained there's a little bit of some streaming leeway in the episode runtimes. So I think our shortest episode is 20 something and our longest is like 40 something. This also suggests that Wonder Man will have a more flexible structure, allowing some episodes to be short and punchy while others take more time to develop storylines. And it certainly allows the series to tell its story in the right amount of time.
I will say this, sorry to go on a little bit of a tangent here. It has kind of been, I don't know, vexing me a little with the runtime of Disney shows specifically, because most other streaming services don't do it this way. But with a lot of them, and I think it started with The Mandalorian, and I think it worked with The Mandalorian, where you would have that mixed bag of, or when it came to episode runtime, some would be 20 minutes, some would be 40 minutes, and that worked for that show. But I feel like as we keep kind of going forward with all these Marvel shows, I feel like one of the problems, and then even some of the Star Wars shows, like I think Obi-Wan also had this issue as well. I think like the problem is because you're not like, you don't have that 40-minute runtime that you're used to, it constantly feels like episodes are a lot of times too short, and that they could actually be a lot better if they were a little bit longer, and therefore you could have more time to flesh out characters. And I say all this because I saw like in an interview with one of the producers of Daredevil, they were like talking about how we don't have like the runtime of 44 minutes every single episode, which means you don't have to have all that padding that you had in the previous Daredevil, which I thought was weird because I never thought any of the dialogue in Daredevil season 1 or any of the seasons were really padding. I always thought that the dialogue they had there was great for fleshing things out, fleshing out the characters, fleshing out the world. So it's definitely something that I kind of hope Disney starts turning away from sometime soon in the future. And I only brought this up because that was also brought up in the article when talking about the show. I just think that like when it comes to runtimes on TV shows, I'm just not a fan of this new inconsistent thing that like Disney specifically has been doing, because most other like bingeable shows haven't been going through that, at least none that I can think of. If other streaming services have been doing this, let me know in the comments below. But yeah, it's just something that I just don't think works as well as Disney is constantly trying to convince themselves that it is.
Yeah, I do think you have a point there. It is something that continues to irk me too, is the idea of the length of their live action stuff. To clarify though, with Daredevil Born Again, while you're right in the fact that he did say a lot of that, they were trying to take some of that access padding out, which I personally didn't view it as that. I actually thought it was really great for their character development. Despite that, though, they do have a release schedule for Daredevil Born Again, and they seem like they're sticking to the longer episode mentality. I'm looking at 58 minutes, 47 minutes, 44 minutes, 52 minutes. The shortest episode I'm seeing is 39 minutes, 42 minutes, 40 minutes, 47 minutes, 57 minutes. So, it is interesting that Daredevil sticks to kind of the Netflix-esque length of episodes. But to be even fair, I think Netflix was always like maybe nothing less than 45 minutes. I think we got really hefty episodes. So even I think the idea of a 39-minute Daredevil movie or episode is a little startling. But I would agree with you. I when it comes to live action, I'm okay if they do that with animated. But live action to me, I feel like if I'm not getting a 40 minutes in an episode, I feel a little bit robbed as a consumer. I think it worked okay for Agatha, but I think even Agatha might have had one episode that was super short that I was like, come on, guys. Like, I can understand if you've got a particular tone and a pace that you're kind of setting, but there are some times when episodes are just way too short and it's to the point of it being criminal. And so, maybe because of the quality in regards to how they're shooting this, maybe it would force their production budget to be a little bit more, whatever the case may be. But I don't want to hear it, man. Like, as a streaming service, when you're making all this type of money, live action, I think, should be nothing less than 45 minutes. Maybe I'll even take 40 minutes if I can be forgiving. But outside of that, yeah, man, I need these episodes to be longer. So I totally understand the frustration there for sure, Stuart. As far as his comments here, I do find them interesting. He says, 8 episodes, a very new flavor, straight from the mind of Daniel Destin Creighton and Andrew Guest. Honestly, it's one of my favorite things ever. I think it's the best show no one's ever seen, and I'm very excited to see the audience's reaction. It's a love letter to what we do as filmmakers. It's a love letter as acting as a profession. It's a very sincere, beautiful show. I am fascinated to see how that develops into clearly there's going to be superhero elements to it, but when he says it from a satirical kind of point of view, it almost makes me, I don't know why, Stuart, the first thing that comes to my mind is the Fall Guy. And I say that in the sense of like that being a love letter to stuntmen, but it also weirdly being a movie about a stuntman where they have big action pieces and big stunts that take place that kind of play into the movie itself. So I don't know how they're gonna do it. Like, is this show gonna end up getting to the point of like there's a big action piece that happens, but it's really all being filmed for like a television show, and that's how we're gonna get the big action pieces in here? Like, I really have no idea how this show was gonna play itself out, but while I appreciated what the Fall Guy did in regards to showcasing the appreciation towards stuntmen, I do think that there could be some interesting fun had here for an appreciation for actors in Hollywood. As long as I get, because it is interesting that the Grim Reaper is going to be in here. Eric Williams, his brother's going to be in here. As long as I get some level of legit superhero elements in this show, then I might be able to balance it out. Okay, like, does Simon Williams really have powers? Or what we gonna see be like post-production work of the stuff that he's filmed so that he looks like he's got powers, but he really doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really curious as to how this is like, is this gonna be a show about the magic of filmmaking? Of like, we see him performing this stuff, and then at the end of each episode, or like as the series progresses, it gets put into like a big action piece done with special effects and stuff, so it makes Wonder Man look like a superhero, even though he's just a legit actor with no powers. Like, I'm really curious to see how this is all going to play out. So I don't know if this fully gets me on board with Wonder Man yet. I probably still need to see a trailer, but I am fascinated to see how it plays out because the first thing that comes to mind for me is Fall Guy. I don't know why, but yeah, how do you take his words though?
Yeah, no, that's funny. I didn't think of Fall Guy until you said that. And now that's like all I can think about is that, yeah, this I do like that the way this is being hyped up is that it does seem like it's something very different from what we've gotten from Marvel in the past, which I feel like I keep hearing that from different showrunners, but it's not coming from the showrunner specifically this time, which gets me a little more hype around it. But I feel like a lot of times when it comes to Marvel showrunners and then of course Marvel directors, they're constantly saying, "Oh, we're the movie that's gonna break the mold," but I haven't really seen that in quite some time. But you know, again, this is coming from one of the producers, not necessarily the showrunner, so it means there might be some more legitimacy to that statement this time around. So I do like that, and it also does kind of imply that, like, yeah, this isn't going to be your typical Marvel story. Like, we might actually just be following him as an actor playing a character who happens to be a superhero. I would be very interested to see if they commit to that bit, like throughout the entire series, or if by the end of it, like some cosmic thing happens and he becomes the character that he's playing or something like that. If it's going to be like one of those stories. But I would be very impressed and not mad at all. In fact, I would actually kind of applaud the show if they commit the entire series, all 6 or 8 episodes, however long it's going to be, to him not being a superhero, him just playing a superhero in a universe where superheroes just happen to be real, you know?
Yeah, I do. Look, I think when I think about Brad Winderbaum, the head of Marvel Television, while he is there to promote the stuff that's happening, I feel like everything that he's talked about, from X-Men 97 to Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man to hyping up Agatha all along, I feel like everything that he's said has some level of truth behind it, in the sense of, like, yeah, I can see why he said what he said watching these shows. Like, Agatha all along really surprised me. You know, I didn't know what I was going to get with Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. That really surprised me. So I don't know if Brad Winderbaum is the type that's just going to blow smoke up my ass, you know, and try and like gaslight me about something. So the fact that he does say something along the lines of, like, he doesn't have to say this is the best show that no one's ever seen before, right? He didn't have to use those words, but he decided to say that. I do think that there's something worthwhile about that in that regards. You know, he could have used other words to showcase his enthusiasm, but to say something as bold as this is the best show that no one's ever seen. Like, when you see this, you're gonna think to yourself, "Damn, this is the best show," or like, "This is some really clever shit." You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have to say that, but the fact that he does validate us getting a Wonder Man show. It may not necessarily be in the veins that I picture it, but it does make me a little bit more open-minded as to what they might deliver for us, in the sense of it being truly unique to other things that we've ever seen before. And, you know, whether it's a creative swing and miss, who knows, but I will give Marvel their due for trying to do something maybe a little bit more outside of the box. And you've got great actors. Ben Kingsley as Trevor. You got Yaya, who's a great actor in his own right. Ed Harris being in here too. They've got some quality performers, man. So I'm really fascinated to see what this is going to turn out to be. But we've got a long wait. Again, I don't think this is coming out to like November, December of this year. But we'll keep you guys posted with any new developments.
Yeah, definitely. I am very curious how Wonder Man fans are going to feel about this, because I've never read Wonder Man at all, so I know barely anything about the character. So I'm curious, like, if they do this huge departure where he's now an actor and he's not even a superhero, he's just an actor playing a superhero. I wonder how that'll make Wonder Man fans feel about that character.
Yeah, I'll be curious. He's got such a rich history. Especially being part of a love triangle with Vision and Wanda. You know, I doubt that they'll even tap into any of that in this, but yeah, he does have a rich history, so we'll see. Yeah, we'll definitely see it.
Maybe that's why Vision looks so depressed when he's hanging out with Peter. He's just like, "Did you see him? I can't compete with him."
Yeah, right. Maybe.
And so he's just drinking himself to death with Peter.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're watching. There's like a trailer for Wonder Man or something like that. He's
oh
like,
my gosh, yeah.
Marcelina says, to be fair, Wonder Man is a comedy, and comedies are meant to be short like Barry. So maybe this will have one of the few times where Wonder Man works for being a comedy. That's true too. That is true.
I do always say that with comedy films. Like I have nothing against long movies, but I think that if you're doing a comedy, you should definitely aim for like no more than an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. All right, and then last but not least, Stuart, as my Star Wars compatriot here, we're getting ready for Andor season 2 in just a couple of I was gonna say a couple of weeks, but it's more like a few weeks. We still got till April 22nd here. There's been disturbance in the Force this week. We have had a lot of Kathleen Kennedy talk happen this week. For those of you who don't know, earlier this week, Hollywood Reporter reported that Kathleen Kennedy is in fact set to retire later this year in 2025. Actually, I think it's Puck News that reported it initially, saying that she was getting ready to step down at the end of 2025 and retire. That had people popping bottles, drowning themselves in champagne due to celebration. A lot of people were happy to kind of hear this news. But Stuart, at the end of the day, you got to go to the source, right? And Kathleen Kennedy this week came out in response to her retirement message from Puck News and said, let's pump the brakes, y'all. Let's pump the brakes, y'all. Stop drinking that champagne. Clean yourself up, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't sound like she has plans on retiring. At least not yet. But I wanted to break down this conversation because not only does she talk about her retirement, but she also talks about the developing slate for Star Wars movies. So let's go ahead and dive into this, guys. It's from Deadline. Kathleen Kennedy speaks on her Lucasfilm plans. She is not soon retiring, and the films that will keep her in Star Wars orbit for years to come. To be fair, this Deadline article really does play off like a puff piece. I don't want to say a puff piece, but it very much is. There's a part of me that wonders if like Lucasfilm specifically picked out a particular person to do this interview that knew that they would be really like soft. I don't want to say softball questions, but really like allowing Kathleen Kennedy to kind of tell her story based off of like some of what the other reports from Puck News or how the Hollywood Reporter have all kind of really approached this. Deadline really has allowed this platform for Kathleen Kennedy to really get some stuff off her chest, which I found really fascinating. Because I do think there is value in getting information from the source. Whether you choose to believe what she says or not, that's certainly up to you. But I do believe going to the source and hearing it from herself is important. I'm not going to read through all this. If you want to read through the exclusive interview, you certainly can. But it does shine Kathleen Kennedy in a brilliant light. And that's not to take anything away from Kathleen Kennedy, but you can definitely tell that this is sort of like that type of piece to soften some of the pushback that she's gotten over the years. But it does do a good job of highlighting a lot of her accomplishments for sure. But let's just dive into this. She said, the reporter says, we've read all these speculative reports that you are out and that there's a frenzy for the next person who's going to take over Lucasfilm. What is the truth? And Kathleen Kennedy says, the truth is, I want to say loud and clear, I am not retiring. I will never retire from movies. I will die making movies. That is the first thing that's important to say. I am not retiring. What's happening at Lucasfilm is that I've been talking for quite some time with Bob and Alan about what eventual succession might look like. We have an amazing bench of people here, and we have every intention of making an announcement months or a year down the road. We are in lockstep as to what's going to be, or what we are in lockstep as to what that's going to be, and I am continuing. I'm producing the Mandalorian movie right now. I'm also producing Sean Levy's movie, which is after that. So I'm continuing to stay at Lucasfilm and looking very thoughtfully with Bob and Alan as to who's stepping in. So that is all underway, and we have every right to make that announcement when we want to make it. So she says, look, this choice is mine and mine alone. And when I'm ready to make this announcement, I will make this announcement when I'm set to retire. So the truth is, as she says, loud and clear, she is not retiring. But Stuart, she does talk about the idea that there is a succession plan in place. She says, look, we might make an announcement months from now or a year from now, but there is a succession plan being talked about right now. So while she's not ready to retire from this position, clearly there is somebody that they have in mind that they are working towards, whether they make this announcement in a month or a year, that somebody will be taking over for her. They do have plans on her eventually stepping down. What did you think about this though?
I just thought the whole thing was funny because again, when it comes to like Kathleen Kennedy as a producer, I don't love or hate her as a producer. I think that, and that mostly just comes down to the fact that I don't know, like when it comes to like the things I dislike about modern Star Wars, I don't know how much of it is because of her or how much of it comes from her higher ups or how much of it comes from the individual writers, because no one will say anything about like what really goes on behind the scenes when watching a Star Wars movies. You just have a bunch of fans online constantly speculating, saying she's the head of Star Wars. She lets these movies come out, but she is the head of Star Wars. Yes. But the thing is that she still has to answer to Bob Iger and other people, basically other higher ups at Disney. So again, I think that a lot of what I dislike about Rise of Skywalker really comes from a lot of decisions that came from the higher ups, and whether she was one of those higher ups or not, that kind of made that movie what it was. Hard to say, but I know she's not the only one who makes these decisions, which is why I'm not on board with just blaming her specifically for everything that's kind of like gone wrong with Star Wars nowadays, because there's no evidence, there's no paper trail I can point to and go, oh, okay, Kathleen Kennedy said that she wanted this in this Star Wars movie. This is objectively what made the movie bad. I can't really, the only thing I can really say is that there's a lot of disorganization when it comes to the higher ups of Star Wars, when it comes to not even being able to finish a movie. Something as basic as getting a script out there. I think that when it comes to that kind of stuff, whoever is in charge of it, if it is her, then yes, she could be doing a much better job at like maybe waiting before that a movie is actually going to be coming out before announcing it. Those are the major issues that I see on her end, but it's nothing to do with the quality of the movie. It has everything to do with like what they keep advertising, what they keep like deciding not to give us. That's where I think like she definitely fails as a producer, if that is like her department, if that is what she kind of does as a producer. But again, I don't know enough about like her overall role in it. I know that there's just so much that goes on when it comes to making a Star Wars project that I can't blame it all on her when something goes wrong, because I don't know what she does. I find it hard to believe that she's the sole reason, Star Wars movies or shows like turn out the way they do, when there's so much that factors into it.
I will say, I do like that she is doing her part to take back the narrative here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, look, if we can be fair, people have been attacking her for years, whether that be warranted or not warranted, and have been wanting her to be out of this position for a very long time now. Whether that be directing their own narrative to tell the story that they want to tell about Kathleen Kennedy. I do think there is something important for Kathleen Kennedy here to take back the narrative and tell the story that she wants to tell. And this is her truth. People can agree with her, believe her all they want to or not, but I do think that it is important that she be the one to kind of make that announcement for herself when she's ready. So do I think she has plans on retiring? Yes, I clearly she does. If you're thinking about a succession plan, you clearly have plans on maybe continuing to be a producer and executive producer. But as far as a head of Lucasfilm, like she said, she's going to be making movies and producing movies till she dies. And I believe that. As far as being the head, though, of Lucasfilm, I do think she has plans on stepping down from that position. It may not necessarily be towards the end of 2025, but clearly they have plans on who they might have in mind, and eventually, whether that be a year or two from now, for her to go ahead and step down. So I do think that there's some truth to the previous reporting, maybe a little bit too quick in regards to wanting to put that news out there, because there's always a feeding frenzy for Kathleen Kennedy news. And I think it's interesting the fact that Deadline, literally a couple of days after this, was able to get Kathleen Kennedy to sit down for an interview. And I'm thinking to myself, Puck News couldn't just ask her? Like if you're hearing this stuff and they haven't commented on your stuff, how is it that Deadline then gets the scoop 2-3 days later to actually speak with Kathleen Kennedy about the truth? And so again, I think this is also an understanding of people have motives, people have stories that they want to tell or narratives that they want to kind of shape for themselves. And I do think it's always important to kind of go to the source. Again, I don't think Puck News is wrong in regards to the idea that maybe she wants to retire. Maybe they had the timing off, but to not completely vet it and understand the process of what's going on behind the scenes, I think was a little bit premature. So I am glad that Kathleen Kennedy at least has come out and said, look, there is a succession plan. We may not announce it today. It may be in a few months. And even in that announcement of a succession, even if she were announced this at like Star Wars Celebration in like 2 months or something like that, how long is that succession going to take? Right? Like, is that going to be a year-long turn? Because when Bob Iger says, hey, I plan on retiring, but we have a succession plan, I'm going to be helping this person for the next year or two. He doesn't retire right then and there. It may be a year or two down the line until he can get that next person up to speed, sort of thing. So I think Puck News was a little bit premature, but I am glad that Kathleen Kennedy has come out and at least shape the narrative once again in regards to what her truth is. So I think that's important.
Again, don't know her as a person. I just know that if I was in her shoes and I saw this article getting, released about me retiring when I hadn't said anything about that publicly, I'd be like, oh boy, this is going to be fun to piss people. I'm going to enjoy pissing some fans off. But yeah, I do agree. I think that it does sound like the way she worded it. She may not be planning to retire per se, but it does sound like she's getting ready to step down. She's had her arrow in the knee, and so she's probably got a few more years before she's going to probably have a successor take over. And even then, of course, like you said, I don't think it's going to be instant. I'm stepping down. Here's the new head of Star Wars, Dave Filoni. I think it's going to be a transitional thing. Like, he'll be the head for a couple of years, but she'll still be his boss while he's the head before she officially steps down.
Yeah, I think that's probably how it's going to turn out.
Also, that's not me confirming Dave Filoni will be the next one. That's just me making.
Do you know something?
Guess.
Do you know something?
I wish, dude. That's the thing, man. Why I could never work in the Hollywood industry while doing this show.
You should be telling everybody.
I cannot keep my mouth shut. You put me on a Marvel project, I'm gonna tell everyone everything I know about it.
All right, Marvel. Look, if you ever want us to pre-screen anything, just send them to me then. Okay, don't send them to Stuart. Just send them to me. This pre-screen. All right.
Or if you send it to both of us, you just got to make sure Adam is moderating the podcast, so that way he can mute my mic. So you can basically do what Benedict Cumberbatch does to Tom Holland whenever they're interviewing together, and you have Benedict Cumberbatch constantly having to shut him up.
Yeah, put watermarks on everything that's Stuart's. Okay, so when things leak, you know who it came from. All right.
Exactly.
Deadline says that you are looking within seems to give credence to what we've heard, that an executive like Chief Creative Officer Dave Filoni is in a good position as he works on the Star Wars to write and direct. She says, I can't say who it is because there's just an internal process that goes on inside a large corporation and a publicly held company as to how we go about making deals, finalizing decisions, and making announcements. There's nothing unusual about it, and we're in that process. So this person tried to get the Dave Filoni scoop, and she's like, look, bro, I can't tell you who it is. This flurry of press coverage, it sounds like chaos. What's the reality? Kennedy says, chaos. There's never been any chaos because we know exactly what the plan is. And we've been talking about it, as I said, nonstop for the last couple of years, because for obvious reasons, I'm not going to be here forever. George asked me 13 years ago to step in, and now I'm looking at who's going to replace me. And as I said, we have a bench of people internally to handle the business, the creative side. The job has grown also since I stepped in. There was no streaming. There weren't a lot of things that we're involved in right now going on. So it has grown. How far down the road do you expect before a change gets made and then you go off and produce these two big Star Wars things? She says, we'll probably make an announcement months or a year out. And I have every intention of sticking around to help that person be successful. I'm already producing the Mandalorian movie, and Sean Levy's movie is after that. So, yeah, she said even an announcement months or a year out, and she has every intention of sticking around to help that person be successful. So I don't see her leaving by the end of 2025 the way that she's talking about it.
Yeah, definitely.
He says the connotation is that you're being pushed aside in need of being replaced. Though that's not what I've heard. She says is absolutely not the case. It could not be further from the truth. And everything that we do inside of Lucasfilm is in lockstep and in communication with Disney. We all know what's going on. The communication has been completely collaborative, as you would expect. This is a big piece of business for them, and they want to empower me to help me make that decision and that choice, and I'm doing that. Let's see here. Okay, I think this is interesting here. You've got a long resume of big movies. Compared to that, how much tougher is the challenge of so much public scrutiny and second guessing by the rabid fan base? It's not uncommon to develop a project with big names who fall out when visions don't align, but they get reported as a big implosion. And Kathleen Kennedy says, what you just said, though, is so interesting to me, Mike, because that is the development. It doesn't matter if you're doing Star Wars or anything else. What's troubling and frustrating is that our development process gets scrutinized. And I don't know any other production company where their development gets scrutinized like that. It's very hard for anything to happen within Star Wars without some aspect of it becoming public before you even want it to become public. So I guess managing the message in some way is also quite a challenge because, of course, not every single thing we put in development we're going to make. That's not unusual. We want to make those things that we feel are the best. We want to make those things that as time passes feel relevant to what the audience is responding to. So there's constant discussion around that. So yeah, that's a tricky one because a lot of the scrutiny around Star Wars and the negativity has been about the development. Of course, we're going to develop lots of things with an understanding that not everything gets made. And I want to talk on this real quick, Stuart, because I do find this fascinating because I feel like this has been a theme over the past couple of weeks in regards to the development of how franchises handle creating movies and television shows, right? You think of Game of Thrones. You read all these tabloids and all these reliable sources talk about this spinoff is in development. This spinoff is in development. This spinoff is in development. And you got all these moving pieces, and as a fan, you're sitting back thinking to yourself, like, God damn, that's a lot of Game of Thrones. Like, they're making so much Game of Thrones. Like, it feels like it's oversaturation, you know, like, but then you get executives that come out and say, yeah, we've got a lot of things that are in development, but some things aren't gonna make it to the big screen, right? Like the process of development is just to see what sort of catches fire and becomes something to then eventually be greenlit, right? Like we've seen that with Game of Thrones. I mean, we've even literally just recently heard from Brad Winderbaum from Marvel Television talk about the idea that, you know what, Marvel Studios, we're going to start producing and developing more things than actually get greenlit. And we hear a lot of these announcements, right? Strange Academy being development, Nova being in development, Terror being in development, Okoye series being in development, and we're like, oh my god, like that's a lot. But the reality of it is, those things that are being announced as in development may not necessarily in development is so much different from being a series order or greenlit or something that's actually in production. Same thing with James Gunn stuff, right? We hear a lot of things that are being in development, and James Gunn himself has said, we don't want to make any official announcements until we know that we have a script, because I think he sees what happens, maybe looking at Star Wars, when things get announced as in development, but in reality, those things are never going to see the light of day. And I do think that she makes a good point in regards to Star Wars, for some reason, gets really scrutinized for how the development process actually works, because she literally repeats the same development process that all these other executives from big fandoms and franchises have talked about their how those things work out. And yet people don't push back against those like they do with Star Wars. To be fair, though, if we're going to be honest, there are times, plenty times, when sometimes the tabloids pick up things that say things are going to be in development, and people just run with those things. And when they're not officially announced or they fall apart, people tend to blame Kathleen Kennedy. But in truth, I think I do think Kathleen Kennedy is also at fault at times. I don't think she's being entirely truthful here, because I say that in a sense of, there have been plenty of times, Kathleen, when you have gotten on these stages and you have announced things and projects that have not worked out. I mean, I guess my thing, the New Republic show, Rangers of the New Republic, didn't work out. Granted, you could probably blame some of that on one of the main stars from that, Gina Carano. That not certainly happening. I can't remember if she ever announced. I'm trying to think of some of the other things that she might have announced that haven't happened yet.
The one that annoyed me, and this is only because they made a teaser for it when they announced it.
The Rogue One thing.
Rogue
Squadron.
Rogue Squadron. Yeah.
Yes.
Because you had Patty Jenkins like even getting into like a jet fighter wearing an X-wing uniform. So that was one that annoyed me personally.
Right. That's another great example. And it's one of those things, like, you announce these projects, and the problem is that there are things that you have announced. It's not like people just picked up and ran with these stories that threw this stuff into the public that you didn't want these people to know. There are instances where you made these announcements yourself that these things were going to happen, or you bringing on these people. You've made these announcements and they fell through. I think that's where the disconnect is. I get the idea that there are going to be people out there that are going to say this stuff is in development, this stuff is in development. That doesn't mean you got to announce those things. I think you just let the development process run. So I do think that there is some blame on her that she's not being 100% truthful about. But I also do think that there is an understanding that, I don't know if sometimes the fan base doesn't understand how the development process truly works. But what Star Wars does is the same thing that other people do. It doesn't mean that that process can't change or be better. I think James Gunn is showcasing how you can change and make that process better. But I do think Kathleen Kennedy should take some of the blame and some of the punches on the chin for this one in that regards, for sure. Not to say we should punch her in the face. I'm not.
I would hope you were being metaphorical.
I was being metaphorical. Okay. Also, she does talk about Simon Kinberg's He says, I broke a piece last fall about Simon Kinberg making a deal to write and produce a Star Wars trilogy. How's that going? We're absolutely rolling fast and furiously. That has gone exceptionally well. And he's literally going to script as we speak. We'll see something probably around June. Simon, if you remember, he did some work with us years ago with an animated show, which was really wonderful and a collaborative experience. And then he got very, very busy with X-Men and then recently became available again. And he segued into this space beautifully. We're really excited about where that's headed. Stuart, have they made an official announcement for this movie yet?
I not sure. Like we've definitely talked about it, but I don't know if it was from like them announcing it or if it was just from like Hollywood Reporter or Deadline like finding out about it.
So I guess my question would then be similar to what we just talked about with DC Studios, right? Where James Gunn said the news is out there, but we haven't greenlit it, right? Like we haven't confirmed it. This is kind of how I view the same thing, in the sense of it's out there that Simon Kinberg is writing the script. Peter Safran confirmed that a script is being written, but James Gunn is very hesitant to be like, yeah, it's officially being made. I kind of get the same impression here with the Simon Kinberg thing, in the sense of you're confirming that things are happening, but you haven't confirmed the idea that yes, this is exactly what we're going to do next. I don't know. It's really interesting. I guess my thing for Kathleen Kennedy would be just be careful what you say and be careful what you put out there, because when you say things like we're absolutely rolling fast, he literally has a script, we should see something come June. What happens in June if you don't like what you see? You know, you get what I'm saying? So yeah. I think she should be a little bit more careful with her words, in the sense of he is working on something. As far as if it's going to be developed or if we've greenlit it yet, no, we haven't. You know, like I think there's got to be a balance here to helping fans understand the process of how movies are made, because when people read this, this is like 100% this is happening. So if things don't work out well, oh shit, who's this going to fall on? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They said there are spinoffs, and then there's the core Star Wars story. Is this a continuation of that? Talking about the Simon Kinberg. This is the next iteration, the new saga that moves us into the future. So that's their plans. Next up, she does talk about Sean Levy's movie.
I am so sorry. I will be right back. I'm still going to listen, though.
Go ahead. Deadline says, and the one by Deadpool and Wolverine director Sean Levy, that's also in the future. It's all post the first 9. Sean is a standalone Star Wars story that'll take place post 9, maybe 5 or 6 years out. So you're talking about 5 or 6 years out of Rise of Skywalker. And The Mandalorian really stands on its own, because there we're dealing with the whole other era in New Republic. We have other development going on in that space as well. So there's a space that we're pretty much focused on right at the moment, because obviously The Mandalorian, we have pretty good sense of where that's going. And with this, talking about the Sean Levy movie, it's all pretty much new characters. We may bring some of the characters back from the sequel saga, but pretty much new characters. So she seems like she's really confirming here that Sean Levy's movie is definitely up next. She said that several times in this interview. Mandalorian and then Sean Levy's is up next. So this is really getting greenlit fast. There were reports of Ryan Gosling being attached to it. I am fascinated that she didn't mention Ryan Gosling's name in this, so she's clearly keeping some things close to the chest. But she's talking about the idea that the Sean Levy movie is ready to go. This will be the first post Rise of Skywalker film, and possibly some returning Skywalker saga or a sequel trilogy characters returning, which I would be completely open to. I really want Daisy Ridley in this movie in some capacity. I do think it is important for them to establish Rey as a big part of this galaxy. Now that we're supposed to be getting a Rey Skywalker movie at some point in time. It is fascinating that they have not mentioned the Charmaine Obey Chinoy movie in this article at all. So clearly that's a movie that, again, an announcement that she made at Star Wars Celebration years ago that has yet to find a writer and things like that. And my thing would be, don't make those announcements unless you have everything lined up and a script made. And the idea that you make these announcements previous to any of that even being aligned and setting partial release dates, it makes everything sound like behind the scenes it's chaotic and like nobody's on the same page. So as the head of Lucasfilm, I do think that there is a part that you need to be paying attention as to the words that you use and what you put out there before things are unfortunately ready. But it does seem as though the Sean Levy stuff is certainly set to go. Stuart, you heard this, right? I think you're
most of it. Yes, and I would totally agree. I think it's the wording and the phrasing that kind of like or you know what? I just started watching Reacher, so I'm just gonna quote Reacher. Details matter. I think sometimes when you're a producer, you gotta that's one of the things you gotta understand as a producer is that people are gonna take everything you say like in a very literal kind of fashion. And sometimes that's on them. That's like if you wanted to take that overly literally, that's on you. But in some particular cases with Kathleen Kennedy, the way she'll announce something, or not her specifically, but the way that things will be announced by Star Wars, you can't be surprised when fans get annoyed when you announce something and then it doesn't go through. Yes, there is a big difference when it comes to things that get announced compared to things that articles pick up on and then those articles announce it to everyone. Like there's definitely a distinct difference between the two of them, but at the same time I do think that if you are going to announce it, especially when you know that like it's going to be getting out there regardless, I think if you're going to announce it personally, you got to know that there's going to be a lot more expectation on your part that project actually sees the light of day.
Yeah, absolutely. And Darth Gutierrez says the key is in the details. And I definitely agree with that. But he also says, look, I got to disagree, Adam. Kathleen Kennedy is all at fault. She's the face of the company, so she takes full responsibility. Big bucks come with big responsibilities. And I don't think you're wrong in that regards, Garth. Darth, but Garth, I'm so sorry. I put your names, just combined your names together. The issue that I have is, again, I am putting some of the fault at Kathleen Kennedy's feet because she has made these announcements in the past really prematurely. There are a lot of things that, as you mentioned, being the head of the company and taking full responsibility, when you are making these decisions in the boardroom, right, and you're trying to put together a film and you're bringing creatives together, as the head of Lucasfilm, it is 100% Kathleen Kennedy's responsibility to make sure that the vision that Lucasfilm has is the same vision that your writer and your director need to have. And before you make any announcements, before you sign any documents and contracts, you have to make sure that you guys are all on the same page. And there have been plenty of times when Kathleen Kennedy has made announcements only to come up find out they are not all on the same page. And that is a disservice. Like that is Kathleen Kennedy doing a disservice to Lucasfilm and not taking the responsibility of her position. I don't want to say seriously, but not living up to the responsibility that you should have when it comes to putting films together. And I would think that she would understand that as an executive producer, but we have seen countless times when things just have not lined up and she's lost people. The Knights of the Old Republic people, right? Remember we had the Game of Thrones people that came in that were supposed to do like a Knights of the Old Republic or early Star Wars thing. We thought that was ready to go, and then creative differences. What? Like, why are you announcing something if you guys are not already on the same page? So in that regards, Darth, I definitely would agree with you. I think she has to take a lot of responsibility. The point that I'm also trying to make, though, is that just as we did when we talked about the Peter Safran and James Gunn thing, and as Kathleen Kennedy points out, I do think that sometimes it is a disservice by publications and people that write reports to say things are in development when they're fully not in development, or like don't clarify the idea that, hey, this is in development, this is just a rumor, Disney has not confirmed this or anything like that. When you put those things out there to the public, when Kathleen Kennedy even says some things we really don't want the public to even know, but it's Star Wars, right? Or it's Marvel, or it's DC, and the people that just get an inkling of anything in development, it's a story that they got to run with, right? So I do think that there is maybe more blame to be done on Kathleen Kennedy's side, which is why I said I don't think she's being quite truthful in how she talks about the breakdown of her development. I do think that there is truth that things get put out in the public they do not want out in the public yet. But then people take that as fact that that's actually happening. So when it doesn't fall through, the blame falls on her. But there's plenty of blame that Kathleen Kennedy should own up to, that things have gotten far into the process of being ready to be filmed or whatever the case may be, and things fall to the wayside because there's not communication and a shared creative vision when things are ready. And as the head of Lucasfilm, that is responsibility. So I would agree with you. I think a lot of it falls on her, but I do think that there are times when there are moments of unfairness that I think people should recognize, but maybe that's just me. Mm-hmm. But what do you think about the I'm sorry, about the Sean Levy stuff, Stuart? That being next up, it feels like that's definitely the one that's happening next.
Yeah, I think so too. At least hope so.
She says, how many development type projects do you have percolating that you feel confident will turn into something down the line? She says, to play it safe, I'd say 3 or 4 right at the moment. And a large part of it is who is the talent we're attaching. And that's a challenge in and of itself these days because people get really busy. So you find yourself having to wait a lot of the top talent doing streaming and movies now. They're juggling schedules. And when you do Star Wars, you pretty much have to step into it and not have any other competing work going on. It's a good 2 to 3 years minimum commitment. And that's tough to get top talent to be able to carve out that time. So a part of that is a challenge as well. And I do think that's important too, because like Sean Levy stuff, right? She even says, so you still got that prequel that James Mangold, who did a Complete Unknown. He's supposed to do the Dawn of the Jedi. He says, yep, he's working on this script right now. Simon's working on scripts right now. Sean, we've been working with him already for about a year and a half. These guys are available now. So yeah, the Sean Levy stuff, while you and I didn't really know how far along the development was, he's been doing this for a year and a half already in secret. I mean, the idea of him being in development maybe came out, a few months back, and now we're like, oh my God, like this movie's really ready to go into development relatively quickly. But in reality, they've been working for a year and a half together already. So I do think some of this does come down to who's available also. She says, Jim, he got delayed a bit because of the Dylan movie and the award seasons. You have to accommodate top talent to a certain extent. And quality is so important with what it is that we're trying to do. I like to wait for people that I think are passionate and really good to step into Star Wars. So she's confirming 3 or 4 things that she feels confident about. Mm-hmm. Clearly the Sean Levy thing, which seems to be next up. She seems like the other 2 things feel very much like the Simon Kinberg and the James Mangold one. It is fascinating that I mentioned this, that there's been no mention of the Rey Skywalker movie by Shermaine Obaid-Chinoy in this entire interview. It feels like they're really still at square one with the development of that movie. But again, right, a movie that Kathleen Kennedy announced. Mm-hmm. Like, bro, if you don't have it ready, don't announce it. But she seems pretty confident about those. She says, any other ones that I've forgotten? Well, I keep waiting for Taika. And he is working with another writer right now. He's so busy. I love him. I think if we ever do get a script from Taika, it's going to be fantastic. I already saw the first act that I loved, but tying him down, it's tricky.
Wait, what does she mean? She already saw the first, like that she read the first act?
Yeah, but he hasn't finished this. Yeah, he hasn't finished the script yet.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I just think it's I think it's really interesting. She also talks about Tony Gilroy, saying, is he going to do more Star Wars, any Star Wars movies? He says, I don't know if I can. I don't think he ever believed he'd be a decade inside Star Wars. He's writing some things on his own. I think he'd like to get back to his director's chair. Will you step out as Lucasfilm boss this year? We really don't know at this stage. There's so much going on. I don't know. She says, when it happens, who'll make the decision? Me. It's my decision. This is 100% my decision.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, man. Look, I would never want to be in Kathleen Kennedy's shoes. That's for sure. Again, I think some of the fault certainly lands on her. Some of it I do think is, narratives that have been created, things that shouldn't be in the public that unfortunately are. But I the lesson here I think would be, don't say anything unless you've got your creative vision completely lined up. You've got a writer and a director attached to a project, and you're fully ready to go. Because we're still waiting for James Mangold's film. We're still waiting for Dave Filoni's film. We're still waiting for Ray Skywalker film. And those were announced 3 years ago, 4 years. I don't remember when the last Star Wars Celebration was out in London, 2023, 2022 maybe. And we've barely heard anything from Dave Filoni or Charmaine Obaid-Chinoy's movie. So, yeah, man. But I'm glad that she at least got the opportunity to speak on it.
And I'm still waiting for my Pixar movie X-Wings, where it's basically like Cars, except for we follow X-Wings with, eyes.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. But look, guys, I want to know your thoughts. What do you think about the updated Star Wars slate here? She does clarify some things. It seems like the Mandalorian and Sean Levy stuff are for sure, with Simon Kinberg clearly working on the script that's supposed to be dropped in June. James Mangold, it sounds like maybe that would be his next movie that he tackles before Swamp Thing. I think Swamp Thing and the Star Wars are the next two on his docket. But yeah, I am kind of curious to see what you guys think in regards to everything Kathleen Kennedy certainly had to say. But yeah, let us know your thoughts in the comment section box below. Datila, what's up, Datila? Just came by to acknowledge our tribal chief, Adam Perez, baby. I guess I won predictions maybe for the Elimination Chamber last night. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. I wonder if I know Datila and Josh were supposed to do a review for the Elimination Chamber. Yeah, it looks like they did do it live about about an hour or so ago. So check it out if you want the breakdown for Elimination Chamber. It is currently up on our YouTube channel. I definitely predicted the men's Elimination Chamber, even the swerve or the big surprise at the end. I didn't think it was going to come that fast at Elimination Chamber. I thought maybe it would happen at WrestleMania, but I had this feeling, man. I had this feeling. So if you've seen Elimination Chamber, you know what I'm talking about. But I definitely want to know your guys' thoughts. But yeah, check out the Datila and Josh WrestleManiacs podcast review for Elimination Chamber on our YouTube channel. And guys, look, if you're watching us live, I see we got 7 people live over on YouTube. Do us a big favor, man. Hit that like button, please. It definitely does go a long way. It literally takes a second for you to do. It's free. Really helps out the channel. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do so.
Definitely.
Appreciate you coming through. I will one. Thank you so much. But Stuart, I think you know what time it is.
I do indeed. And now, everybody, it is time for live viewer questions.
And we're going to get into our live viewer questions a lot later than I certainly wanted to, but we had a lot of to talk about. Let me get this set up here, guys. My audio might go out.
Still adjusting.
All right. But yeah, guys, it's live for question time. I do apologize if the it's taken us so long to get to this segment here. We just had a lot to talk about today, some worthwhile stuff for sure. The last topic I was going to bring up was that Crazy Rich Asians is getting a TV series. That's in the works. That was our last topic. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But let's get into
Still find it funny. Like, the reason I almost didn't see that movie was just because the way everyone kept pitching it to me was just like, that sounds dumb. Where people were like, "Oh no, it's such a sweet romance movie about a guy who doesn't look down on this other girl even though he's so much richer than her." And I'm like, so he's not a dick. That doesn't make him a good person though. And then actually watching the movie, no, okay, I see what people are talking about. I think that if people like just said,
isn't that Pretty Woman?
Huh?
Isn't that Pretty Woman setup?
Yeah, it's exactly. It's so cliche. I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound like anything new. But then, like, actually watching it, I'm like, oh, okay, it's a fish out of water story, and that's what makes it like kind of interesting. Okay, it's like for some reason no one was like pitching it to me that way. They were just like giving me the most generic summary of the movie like you could possibly do, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't sound good. But then watching it, I'm like, oh no, this is fun.
Yeah, I still have not seen it, but I definitely will have to do so, man. People, yeah, everybody I've talked to have really enjoyed that movie, so I'm gonna have to check it out one day. All right, so if you want to ever submit a live viewer question just go over to our YouTube channel, as you see here. Click on that post tab, and usually every Saturday afternoon or Saturday evening, we will drop a live viewer question post. Oh man, we got a lot of questions here today, y'all. Let's see how fast we can get through some of these. Marcelino coming in first here. If Forever Red wasn't composed of all 10 Rangers teaming up, but instead it consisted of 5 to 6 Rangers, each a different color and from different seasons teaming up with the Wild Force Rangers, who would you want to be in that lineup? So 5 to 6 Rangers, each a different color from a different season. So I'm going to go under the impression that this is going to be pre-Wild Force.
Yeah. So Jen from Time Force would be my Pink Ranger. Who would I get from Lightspeed Rescue? Who would I want from Lightspeed? Probably Carter. You know what? Yeah, let's go with so yeah, Jen from Time Force, Carter from Lightspeed Rescue, Lost Galaxy. Actually, no, I already got a Pink Ranger for that, so I don't want to do 2 Pink Rangers. Let's go Kai, the Blue Ranger. Okay, then before Lost Galaxies was in space, so in space, I'd still need a yellow, right? Yeah. All right, let's go with the Yellow Ranger from Power Rangers in Space, and then finally green. We'll go with Turbo, and let's do Adam from Turbo.
Oh, that's a good one, man. That's a good one. Let's see. I might need you to write this down for me. For Pink, definitely Jen. I'm definitely gonna go Jen here. Man, I don't need all the series, right? I just need 5 or 6. Okay. You know what? Give me Tommy from Zeo as my red. I want TJ as my blue from In Space. So I need 2 or 3 more. What colors do I have available to me? I still have green and yellow, right? Let's see here. I think I might actually take Kelsey from Lightspeed. And then I need a green or a black, right? Give me Zach as black from MMPR. And then I need a green, maybe. If I'm gonna go with 6. Yeah, give me Adam from Turbo also. I want to get Adam in there also. That'd be mine. I think you're muted. Did I
Sorry, I the entire time I was just nodding and agreeing, like yes, going like yep, good, and
okay.
yes, of course, the very last one, Adam. So you got one of every color, I believe.
Okay, awesome. Blossom with the super chat. Thank you so much, Blossom. Appreciate that. Kai, say had such a crush on him. Adam too. Yeah, Adam's he's Johnny. Johnny's a handsome man.
Yeah, Johnny Bosch. Yeah, still looks good even now. I'm surprised he doesn't do like a lot of on-screen acting. He's mostly like voice acting now, but love his voice.
What else we got here? If Supergirl first went to CW and never went to CBS, how different would the show be? Would it be more of the same, or would CW want to tell a different story and have Supergirl be more accurate to her comic counterpart rather than being a gender-bent Clark? That's a good question.
I don't know how the CW would have done it. The only thing I could say for sure is that Cat Grant would have been played by a different actress, and she probably would have stuck around through the entire series. Because the only reason she left the series was because the actress didn't want to move to Vancouver. So theoretically, you could have had Cat Grant throughout the whole series. Other than that, I don't know what else would have changed about it.
Yeah, I think tone-wise, I think it being a similar origin story, I think all of that might have remained. If anything, maybe the side characters might have changed a little bit. But I don't know if I think maybe the main villains might have changed. I don't know if Maxwell Lord would have had a presence, or whoever. I can't remember the villains of who was the villain of season 1.
It was Maxwell Lord, and then there was also the Kryptonian side. Was it Kara's aunt, or there was someone related to Kara who was like also one of the villains who was Kryptonian.
Let me see.
It wasn't her mother, was it? No, it couldn't have been. No, it wasn't her mother.
Something. What season? I'm trying to figure out what season Maxima was in.
Maxima.
She's one of the female villains. Something tells me she was.
Oh.
Was she season 1? I'm trying to remember if she.
She was.
Yeah, she was in season 1. I don't think she was in the Myriad episode. So she was in one of the final episodes of that season. I don't know. I don't know if how it would have changed. For some reason, I feel like Maxima might have had a bigger storyline to play in if it was on CW. But only for one fight scene. Yeah, that's what I thought, Marceline. I appreciate you. I appreciate you bringing that up, because it does say she's only in one episode. I don't know if Maxwell Lord or even the Kryptonians would have been as big of a villains. I do wonder if Maxima would have had a bigger role, and I only say that because I think when it comes to like CW stuff, especially like starting off a show, I feel like they probably would have wanted a superhero villain that would have been formidable enough for Supergirl to go up against. So I am curious if Maxima would have had a bigger influence in season 1 on CW than she did on CBS. CBS, well, I can't say it felt grounded, but it's almost like they tried to give her a Lex Luthor of her own, and they used Maxwell Lord and stuff. You know what I mean? So I do think there would have been some elements. I think the tone, though, pacing, her having a sister, her being a reporter, I think all of that stuff probably would have changed or would have been the same. But I think maybe some of the supporting characters would have changed, and maybe the main villain. But other than that, I think it would have been the same.
Yeah, I think it would have been a similar setup because I'm just now kind of remembering. Well, Arrow had a very similar setup to Batman, and I think that's what they were kind of going for with Supergirl, like having her be kind of like, a similar setup to Superman.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to Supergirl, that show didn't have a multi-year plan because it was originally on CBS, and when it was transferred to CW, a lot of things had to be changed to fit the new quota. Legends of Tomorrow didn't have a multi-year plan because it had no showrunner, no consistent vision. However, none of that explains Batwoman. Even before losing Ruby Rose, I never got the impression that they had planned what storylines they wanted to do for years to come. They said that Bruce Wayne went missing, but I never got the impression that they were planning something, whether it was when we would see Bruce Wayne again, what led him to leaving, what he was doing in his absence. It felt more like they needed a reason why they can't use Bruce Wayne, so they gave one but had no intention of exploring it further. So why is it that Batwoman didn't have a multi-year plan before losing Ruby Rose? I am curious if any show has had a multi-year plan. Looking back on like Arrow and The Flash, I wonder if you asked the showrunners, like, hey, when you were making season 1, did you know you wanted to use Deathstroke as an implementation of a big storyline as a villain going forward in season 2? Or did you know, like, at some point in time, Ra's al Ghul was going to be a main character for your season 3? Like, I don't know if television worked that way for CW in the sense of having multi-year plans, maybe ideas and concepts, but I don't know if like well-formulated plans. Maybe like maybe Stargirl did, but I don't know. I'm kind of curious if any of the CW shows had a multi-year plan besides let's just hope we get renewed and come up with concepts for a next season.
I think they have like ideas, outlines, but just not detailed outlines for future seasons. I don't think they go into writing a show with detailed outlines. Like there are very few shows I know of that do that. Like I know that Babylon 5 is definitely a show that did that. I know that Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of those shows that did that. But when it comes to the CW shows, I really think that all they do is they have an outline for season 1 and then ideas for other villains they could use in future seasons as they go along. Maybe the writers will have those ideas in their head when they're writing episodes, so they may hint at it, but I don't think it's like outlined or planned per se until they know for sure that they're getting renewed for that next season.
Yeah, Marcelino says for Arrow, they always plan Deathstroke, League of Assassins, Suicide Squad, Hive, Laurel becoming Black Canary, Roy becoming Arsenal, etc. I'm curious if there's an interview out there that talks to the showrunners that have explained that. I would love to. Maybe I have to do some more research in that regards. I mean, that feels like concepts of things that they would like to see happen, whether or not they knew they would get the opportunity to. That I don't. That I don't know. That's interesting though. Like you said, the idea of concepts, but as far like have an idea of things that they would like to see done. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the same thing in regards to, I don't know if that's planning out multi-year so much as just hoping that you get the opportunity to tell those stories. But did you ever feel like Batwoman ever had that type of mentality?
Some episodes it felt like they were planting seeds the same way they did with Arrow, but they never really went through with a lot of them, by which I mean like they introduced some characters who in the comic books kind of have a bigger role, but then in the show itself they end up being just kind of one-off characters. I think one of the weirdest ones, because they even had her in Gotham Knights, but they ended up, of course, because it's a different universe, she was played by a different actor, but they even had spoiler in Batwoman at one point, but she was just there to be like a one-off character and introduce the one-off villain, the Quizmaster, who we never see from again. So yeah, I never, for me it kind of feels like with Batwoman that they wrote it as they were going, especially because like when you look at like kind of the origin of Alice specifically, like in season 2, it really feels like they just it doesn't feel like that was planned when you look at season 1 and the way her character was written, and then the backstory, the way they flesh her out in season 2, it didn't feel planned. It to me feels like they write as they go along when it comes to Batwoman, and they don't necessarily plan it out. But sorry, Clue Master, my bad. Thank you, Clue Master. You knew who I meant. But yeah. All that to say, it gives me a vibe that it's written as it's going along, and it might be because they knew there was going to be a big change up going on at the CW and that a lot of shows weren't going to get renewed. So it's hard to say for sure, but I definitely see what you mean. It doesn't feel as like they had as much of an outline as they did with Arrow.
He also goes on to ask, we always hear about how shills ruined Hollywood, but have you actually gotten a chance to meet a real life shill? What was your experience, positive or negative? And most importantly, do you think shills can actually cause damage to the movie industry, or are they disrespected way too much and need to be treated with the same amount of respect as any fan should? I've gotten a chance to meet some real life shills, and all my interactions have been positive. I have not had any negative interactions or met any bad shills. Shills are normally labeled as fake fans because they just accept anything without having any backbone to call out bad writing when it's necessary. But shills I met seem like genuinely great people and feel like they are fans. And I do believe that toxic positivity is bad, but I don't think people like that should be made fun of.
Okay, so okay, that's what you mean. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think shills necessarily ruin movies or anything like that. I think, you know, the feedback that people usually will take if you're smart will be, and I don't mean like all negative feedback, I mean just like constructive criticism is what you'll take back. But if you are showing your movie to someone who's kind of a shill, I don't see that ruining what you're doing. I just don't see it improving anything. So yeah, I don't think shills ruin anything.
I have I met a shill in real life? No. I am curious as to who you've met, though. You said you've met some of them. I've never had the opportunity to meet a shill in real life. Are there people on there that I think could be shills? Yeah. I don't know them well enough, though. Like, I don't watch their stuff well enough. I just hear things about them. And sometimes I read some of their comments and I think to myself, like, bro, why are you shilling so hard? I don't find them as fake fans, though, for sure. I do think that they're genuine fans, whether they do it for the purpose of just wanting access or they're just genuinely fans, that I don't know. I agree with you. I do think toxic positivity is bad, but I don't think it damages a brand as much as toxic negativity, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think if anything, yeah, I kind of what you said, so I don't know if it adds anything new to the brand or does anything new to it besides have people roll their eyes at that person. Maybe they are just genuine fans and absolutely love everything. But I do believe that in everything, there's something to find negative. It may not be, maybe it's nitpicking, maybe it's one or two things here or there, but the inability to point those out, I don't want to say disturbs me, but it definitely piques my interest as to why they can't do that. So I don't know if being a shill has ruined Hollywood. I think maybe being a grifter has.
Mm-hmm.
The shill definition is an accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice and encourage others.
Ooh, okay, so I didn't think of the gamble aspect of the whole thing. I do think that when it comes to like someone who's like a shill for like movies, it's like whatever. But yeah, no, if you're a shill for like something that's actually like harmful, like gambling, then that's when I say go fuck yourself.
But this is also like, this is why I don't like, I consider toxic negativity as being a shill also.
Mm-hmm. I would say so too, especially the way like the certain like kind of fan base of like, you know, side of YouTube does it. It's like clear that like when they talk shit about movies, like when someone's like saying, oh, this movie sucks because it's like anti, or because it's too woke or something. I don't think they believe the shit that they're saying. They just know that shit is what gets them views, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Marcelino says, I've always thought a shill was someone who is a sheep who follows the herd with no independence. And right, and I think that could be toxic positivity, and I think that could be toxic negativity, right? I wouldn't necessarily refer to like some of the YouTubers and stuff just simply as grifters. I would consider them also shills in their own regards, in the sense of if we're looking at the definition of shill again, to be an accomplice to a hawker, gambler, or swindler. So really any, you can replace that with anybody, an accomplice of a studio or accomplice of a social media site who acts as, I would say, either they would say an enthusiastic customer to entice and encourage others. I mean, you could be enthusiastic in your negativity.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to enticing and encouraging others to be negative towards other things as well. So I think they're grifters in the sense of using an algorithm to make money off of people because, one, they don't believe in the things that they do, and they encourage people with their toxic negativity to be accomplices in that, and to also entice others to be negative towards things. So I think the toxic negativity side of shills, very damaging to movies and Hollywoods and fan bases, a lot more than I think shills for negative, for positive have on that as well. But as far as shills go, no, I don't look at them really as bad. I haven't gotten the chance to meet a real life shill. Can they cause damage to a movie industry, or are they disrespected way too much? Need to be treated with the same respect. I think they just need to be treated as the same respect as fans. But I don't think that excludes them from criticism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's obvious that there are issues with a movie and the person constantly is just positive about everything and doesn't recognize it or doesn't want to discuss it, then I do think they are warranted some criticisms. As far as being maybe made fun to the level and disrespected to the level that they are, no. I mean, when people talk to me about being a shill, I'm like, bro, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You know, people just refer to people that enjoy things as shill. It doesn't even necessarily need to be a toxic positivity. You're just positive about anything, and people call you a shill immediately without having even looked at the concept of me or Stuart being able to be critical of the things that we watch, yet still being positive about it, right? So I think people throw the word shill out maybe a little bit too much. And sometimes the definition shill doesn't even match the people that they're connecting that phrase to. So yeah, I think they're disrespected way too much. They should be treated with a little bit more respect because they could just simply be fans at the end of the day. But I do think they're open to criticism.
I look back on one thing that I remember you talked about back when Rise of Skywalker came out, because I was guilty of this too, because I talk crap about Rise of Skywalker all the time, but I'm also not going to deny that when I saw it in theaters, when I came out of the theaters, I had very positive vibes going on. And so what I think people will like kind of mix is that like sometimes you'll come out of a theater with a very positive experience. You may think that you like the movie because of that, and so you'll talk very positively about that. You get a lot of those on YouTube. I wouldn't call them shills. I would just say they had a really fun time at the movies. It's also like why the whole kind of thing of like, you know, where the rumors of Marvel bribing critics and all that. I don't think it's necessarily that they bribe critics, but I will say this, that there was a long period of time where critics would be getting invited to these fun private movie events for the premieres of all these big Marvel movies like Captain America, Civil War, Infinity War, and all of those. And so I will say that even critics are kind of, critics are human, which means I wouldn't be surprised if some of them left the theater with a bit more of a positive vibe because of all the stuff that Marvel gave to them. And so therefore they gave a even better review for the movie because they left the theater in a really good mood. Again, I wouldn't call that bribing. I would just say that's just, a lot of times our mood of how we think of art, the way we think of art a lot of times depends on our mood and how we are. So I think another thing to consider when someone's being overly positive about something is how many times have they seen this movie and what was their mindset going into it? Who did they watch it with? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we talk about too, is like, are they doing it to gain access? Right? Like, are you just being overly positive because you want premieres to stuff, that you want early access to stuff so that you can review it? I do think some studios and intentionally look for people that are very positive about their stuff and hope that they help promote their stuff. And when stuff like that happens, then yeah, maybe they should certainly be called out. But, Marcelino says, but when it comes to positive shows, I would just try to teach them about why criticism is still important and how to make it without being an asshole. And I do think that's very much true. So yeah, again, I've never met any of these people in real life besides what I've seen online or on Twitter and on TikTok and things like that. So I don't know what their intentions are, but I would much rather be a shill be positive than a shill be negative, because the negative side definitely hurts the brand more than positive side, for sure. And it's also another reason why I'm very much aware, like, I don't trust first reactions like I used to, because I do think, like you said, sometimes when you go to these premieres, you're hyped up on the idea that you got access, that you got the opportunity to see things, and maybe you're a little bit less critical than you should be, from being an outsider kind of looking in. So that's why I always try and wait to judge things on my own merits. But good question, Marcelino. Thank you, man. Power of the Morphing Grid. Is Super Megaforce canon? The 21st season of Power Rangers Super Megaforce is widely regarded as a significant misstep, marked by a clash between creative vision and corporate mandate, intended as a grand celebration of the franchise's history, and instead became a symbolism of missed opportunities and frustrated expectations, leading many to believe that it was effectively erased from the established canon. The season's primary issue stemmed from executive producer Jonathan Zacher and insistence on a near verbatim adaptation of Gokaiger, prioritizing Japanese footage over crafting a coherent narrative for Power Ranger fans. This approach was a stark contrast to head writer James Bates' desire to genuinely honor the franchise's history. Bates, in written interviews, confirmed that his editorial input was severely limited, and his departure from the series highlighted the stark tonal disparity between his episodes and those produced by Zacher's strict adherence to the Sentai source material. Notably, Zacher has already demonstrated this approach 2 years prior with Sinkinger and Samurai with the direct copy-paste mythology. The negative reception of Super Megaforce was compounded by the handling of legendary Ranger keys, which lacked proper explanation within the Power Ranger universe. The season's problem, driven by their desire to quickly utilize Sentai footage, resulted in lazy writing, poor editing, and disjointed narrative. Cast members, including Gia, actress Sierra Hanna, expressed dissatisfaction in later appearances, such as the 25th anniversary, conspicuously omitting any reference to her Super Megaforce form, instead showcasing her Megaforce Ranger form. This pattern is selective continuity, similar to the treatment of Masked Rider and the shell-shocked Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle crossover from Power Rangers in Space, suggesting a deliberate attempt to distance the franchise from Super Megaforce. While the events of the season technically remain within the timeline, their consistent omission in subsequent series like Beast Morphers and Dino Fury, where even the Gosei Morpher and Legendary Battle are shown without the legendary keys, effectively relegating them to a footnote. This raises the question, has Super Megaforce been effectively erased from canon? While not officially retconned, the season's treatment reflects an implicit knowledge of its shortcomings and a desire to move forward, leaving fans to ponder the impact of the creative discord and corporate interference on the legacy of a beloved franchise. Yeah, I think it's more that. I don't think it's been erased from canon, because I don't think it's officially retcon, but I do think it is an implicit acknowledgement of the season's shortcoming and like the displeasure of fans. I think that's really all that it is, but it's still canon for sure.
Agreed. I think they don't reference it often because they know that fans weren't, thrilled about it. So that's why it doesn't get referenced. But I don't think that means it's not canon. They didn't reference She-Hulk a single time during Captain America: Brave New World, despite the fact that you had the Red Hulk as the villain. But I wouldn't take Brave New World as a confirmation that She-Hulk isn't canon. I would just say it just never came up relative to the story, and they knew that She-Hulk didn't have the best fan base, so they decided just not to bring it up for the time being. So yeah, I think that's kind of like how it is with Super Megaforce. But I think they did also reference that legendary battle, though. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but doesn't Zato reference it when he's talking about all the continuity errors for the Power Ranger franchise and saying the only way these make sense is if the Morphin Masters were there? I think that was one of the events he references. I could be wrong.
Maybe. My friends call me Joseph. What's up, Joseph? Henry Cavill's tenure as Superman in the DCEU was a complex narrative marked by both promise and frustration. His brief cameo as Wolverine variant in Deadpool and Wolverine served as a meta joke, seemingly a nod to the perception that the DCEU had underutilized his potential, particularly after the disappointment of his time as Superman. Conversely, his surprise appearance in Black Adam, orchestrated by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, was a moment of fan service, a clear attempt to reaffirm Cavill's place as that iconic hero, and a reminder of the classic comic book rivalry. This cameo, despite the film's mixed reactions, resonated with many fans, highlighting Cavill's own deep affection for the role and the subsequent disappointment when he was utterly recast. Did the constant changes and uncertainty surrounding DCEU ultimately undermine Cavill's potential as Superman? And will fans ever get a definitive, satisfying conclusion to his portrayal of Man of Steel? No. And at least no to the second question.
I will actually say yes to the second question. Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Okay. 20 years from now, I think we're getting that Crisis movie and he's going to be in it.
Interesting. Okay. That would be pretty dope if they managed to pull that off. But did the constant changes and uncertainty surrounding DC ultimately undermine his potential as Superman? Yeah, absolutely. It was just a damn shame. I mean, ever since Batman v Superman and the reaction to it from the Warner Brothers Studios, I think that just completely undermined his future, along with the future of DCEU. I feel like that was the big moment for them. Had Zack Snyder continued to be in charge, we definitely would have gotten a lot more Henry Cavill as Superman. But the constant changes, uncertainty surrounding DCEU, the politics of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to shift the universe to his power and try and bring back Henry Cavill without really telling people, like, it's just a mess. So yeah, it definitely undermined his potential. But I think I don't think we're gonna get the conclusion, but I am hopeful, Stuart, that you are right, because I would love to see for Henry Cavill. Blossom, remember I told you my plan for Saban's other heroes return in our adaptation? This way down the road, but this is way down the road. But how'd it be if they had their own arcs for how the Rangers team up with them, since I'll have them appear in our version of Superhero Senkai? How'd it be if they had their own arcs for how the Rangers team up with them? I guess it would just really depend on how much writing you want to do, Blossom. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you think it'll add to the story, and allow it to be something a little bit more concrete and in depth, then go for it. But yeah, I guess it just depends on how much writing you really want to do, Blossom.
My question is like, would you want to give them their own individual like story beforehand, or would you want to flesh out their story like as the main story is going on, like flesh it out through flashbacks or monologues?
That's a good point. Yeah. Would it be cool if our Rangers had a last battle and MMPR's theme made them stronger since their song can break the Nightmare Empire spell? I don't know about, I do like the concept of a last battle. I don't know if I would use the MMPR theme though. I'd probably try and find another song that hits you.
I would say that's a fun idea if they go like the Star Trek route. Like, did you ever see Star Trek Beyond?
Yes.
Yeah, when they use like the rock music in order to break up the hive. I think that's how you could kind of utilize the Mighty Morphin theme song.
Let's see here. The most talented man in the world. The internet practically combusted when Marlon Wayans confirmed A White Chicks 2 is indeed in the works. The sheer nostalgia factor alone is enough to send ripples of excitement through anyone who remembers the original's absurd, quotable humor. Personally, I think it's a risky but potentially brilliant move. Comedy has shifted, and the original's brand of slapstick and cultural satire needs a sharp modern update to avoid feeling dated. The challenge lies in recapturing the magic without simply rehashing old jokes. Knowing the Wayne's penchant for pushing boundaries, I'm cautiously optimistic they'll find a way to make it relevant and hilarious for a new generation while satisfying the diehard fans. The real question is how they'll justify Marcus and Kevin return to the Wilson sisters persona. Look, I think the Wayans brothers to this day are still really underrated. I know that they've gone on to create incredible things in their life, but for some reason, I still think that they're kind of underrated. So I do think if the Wayans brothers are returning to do a White Chicks 2, I think they only do it because they have a great idea in regards to making it not only relevant to today, but also having brilliant comedy that does push the boundaries and a reason for them to return as a sister's persona. I mean, but yeah, I think there's a possibility. I think they can do it.
I hope they bring back Terry Crews.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. For a plot, I've imagined a scenario the Copeland brothers are now seasoned FBI agents, perhaps even in the leadership roles. However, a new high-profile case involving international art thieves or a tech mogul scandalous secret forces them to go undercover once more. This time, perhaps their previous success as the Wilson sisters has made them legendary in the undercover world, leading to a desperate plea for from the FBI director, to make it fresh. Maybe the case requires him to infiltrate a completely different social circle, like the world of high stakes esports or the ultra exclusive realm of celebrity chefs. Imagine Marcus trying to master a complex gaming strategy while dealing with a diva streamer, or Kevin attempting to create a Michelin star worthy dish while maintaining the Wilson sisters facade. The humor could stem from the fish out of water dynamic, amplified by the absurdity of their elaborate disguises and the pressure of high stakes investigation. I'm going to skip some of this, though. It could even incorporate meta humor, acknowledging the original cult status and the audience's expectations. Imagine a scene where they encounter a group of young fans who are obsessed with white chick memes, or a moment when they have to explain their outdated fashion choices to a Gen Z influencer. The key is to embrace absurdity, update the humor, and deliver a sequel that honors the original while standing on its own as hilarious and relevant comedy. Yeah, I think they could do it, man. I think they could do it.
I want to see a scene where a white woman named Karen attempts to cancel them for doing whiteface. You're totally getting canceled on my TikTok now.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, Stuart. I think that's exactly what's going to be in there. Do you think we could see cameos of Korra and the new Team Avatar in the new Avatar series?
I almost have zero doubt we're going to see them either through flashback or we're going to see old versions of them, because we got that in Legend of Korra.
And do you think we will see more other Marvel characters make cameos in season 2 of X-Men 97? I think so, for sure. Yeah, I definitely do think so. Who that could be, I don't know. They're doing a lot of rewriting of season 2 scripts, which makes me worried a little bit, as they're pushing the release date back further in 2026 for season 2. But I don't know. I definitely expect it, whether it be Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, or somebody. I definitely expect it.
Yeah.
Marky Parco. James Gunn ascension to the CEO of DC Studios signals a bold and potential transformative era of the DC universe. His eclectic career, spanning from the campy charm of 2020 Scooby-Doo live action films to the edgy character-driven Peacemaker series, demonstrate a versatile storytelling ability. Oh, do you have the rest of his comment?
Oh,
let me see if I can.
I do not. Let me try that again.
Yeah, it didn't pull up for me.
That's weird. Let me try one more time. Sometimes if I do it this way, no, even okay.
Let me see something here.
Oh, here we go. Got it. All right, cool. James Gunn's ascension to CEO of DC Studios signals a bold and potentially transformative era of the DC universe. His electric career, spanning from campy charm of early 2000s Scooby-Doo live-action films to the edgy, character-driven Peacemaker series. You forgot to bring up his early days of Trauma, when he wrote like some really fun, super raunchy. Definitely don't go watch them expecting not to be grossed out comedies from the late 90s.
Didn't he do like Jeepers Creepers too?
Did he? Oh, I didn't know that. I do know that he did Tromeo and Juliet, which is again hilarious. It will gross you the hell out, but it is hilarious. Where was it? Oh yeah, sorry. Demonstrates a versatile storytelling ability. The upcoming Superman film, a cornerstone of the new DCU, will be a crucial ordeal test for his vision. Gunn's signature blend of humor, heart, action, honed during his time with Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, offers a unique approach that could revitalize the franchise and potentially win over skeptical fans who felt the DCEU fumbled. The Peacemaker series, with its nods to existing DC characters, suggests a willingness to weave threads from past into a new tapestry, though how directly it will connect remains to be seen. Whether he will allow former DCEU actors to join the DCU in different roles, particularly those like Ray Fisher, whose experience highlighted significant behind-the-scene issues, is a question that hangs heavy in the air. Could a gesture of reconciliation end the past and foster goodwill? Furthermore, will Gunn address concerns about nepotism, his wife, Jennifer Holland, and brother, Sean Gunn, ensuring that his creative choices are driven by merit rather than familial ties, thus building trust and allowing the DCU to flourish beyond any perception. Oh yeah, sorry. Favoritism. Will the new DCU with James Gunn at the helm truly deliver on the promise of cohesive and compelling cinematic universe, or will it succumb to the same pitfalls that plagued its predecessor? I do want to address the Ray Fisher part of the question, because that is something I would be curious to know from Ray Fisher himself. Like, not necessarily if he'd come back as Cyborg, but now that like everyone that like he's basically complained about before, in terms of Jeff Johns, Joss Whedon, and then who is the producer? I totally forgot his name.
Walter Hamada.
Yes, Walter Hamada. They're all gone now. So I'm wondering if, if James Gunn were to offer Ray Fisher like a role in the DC universe, whether it's Cyborg or a new character, I am very curious if now he would be willing to come back, because I don't think there's any animosity between the two of them, because James Gunn wasn't even working for DC at the time of all that kind of stuff going on with Justice League. So I am curious about that. Overall, though, for the question overall of how it'll do, yeah, you're 100% right on. It's really all just going to depend on how Superman does. I think that's going to be the movie that makes or breaks this new DC universe. I think that if Superman is a complete failure, they're not going to destroy the DCU. They're not going to like completely dismantle it. I just think that it's very unlikely that you're going to see connective tissues between projects one after another. I think at that point, if Superman fails, that'll be a sign of, okay, we already hyped up this universe. We're not going to get rid of it, but we're definitely not going to be hyping up, any team ups or anything like that. If it does well, though, I do think we have a good, bright future ahead of us with the DC Universe. It's going to be interesting because this is going to be different from anything James Gunn has ever done before, because the comedy isn't going to be kind of like the soul, like isn't going to be the center of the movie. It's going to be more of it's going to be more drama focused than comedy focused, which it'll still have comedy in there. But I haven't seen a James Gunn movie where it's more drama focused than comedy focused. So I'm curious how it's all going to look. But yeah.
Marcelino says, I know James Gunn did a horror parody called Slither. That's what it was. Not Jeepers Creepers, but Slither. Yeah.
That was a good one.
And a superhero parody called Super. Yeah, I've heard good things. I did like Slither. But yeah, I have heard about Super. As far as the question of nepotism goes, I mean, from a family ties perspective, I guess I don't see as much nepotism as other people do. I mean, I know sometimes he likes to rehire his friends and stuff, like Nathan Fillion and whatnot. But, Jennifer Holland just has one role, I think. I think she only plays one live action role in the Peacemaker show. I don't know if she does voice acting. His brother, Sean Gunn, is an interesting one. I don't mind Sean Gunn having all the roles that he does because he's mostly voice actor. He did the voice acting work for Weasel. I think he did the the body capture for Weasel also. He's the voice actor for G.I. Robot, if I'm not mistaken. And then he's going to be the live action Maxwell Lord sort of thing. I don't have a problem with him giving his family roles in movies. Now, if they're in like every movie that he does, then, or like, going forward in the DC, like if Sean Gunn pops up in fucking Clayface as somebody else, then I'll start really kind of questioning things. But like from a voice acting perspective, I don't mind it. But like if Sean Gunn ends up playing more than one multiple live action role, then I'll start questioning things. But I think him as Maxwell Lord is going to be the only live action role that he actually plays. And again, Weasel was motion capture, so I don't really necessarily count that. So yeah, I don't really have a problem with it. Marceline does this, but that's what all directors do, right? James Wan always wants to work with Patrick Wilson. Joss Whedon always wants to work with his Buffy cast. Martin Scorsese always works with Leonardo DiCaprio and De Niro, right? So I do think that they have their people they enjoy working with. So I don't find it as nepotism so much as maybe other people do. And will the new DCU with James Gunn at the helm truly deliver or promise a cohesive and compelling cinematic universe? I mean, I think so. I don't know if it's going to be definitely a lot of standalones with hints towards other things, but I do think that it'll build up to just a fine cinematic universe for sure.
Yeah, I think that I would consider it nepotism if he hired his friends and family in the big roles all the time, and that was all he hired. But he doesn't. He hires them for kind of the smaller roles, and it feels like he hires them based on the roles that they would be good at and not based on, oh, I really, Sean's my brother. Of course, I'm going to let him play Superman. He hasn't done anything in that kind of area. So, yeah.
Johnny says, hey, Adam, did you see all the PR toys from Playmates? They look awesome, especially the bikes and the new reignition figures. They look awesome. Can't wait to get these. Also, I trust Playmates. I've seen images of them. I'm going to be honest. I'm just not a toy fan in that regards to, I don't want to say not care, but like, a lot of this stuff just looks like the classic 90s stuff, you know. Um from some of the stuff that I've seen, just looks very 90s to me. And I get that it's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but I just need, I don't know, man. I'm not as impressed as everybody else. I'm sorry, Johnny, to crap on your excitement. I'm glad that you're really excited for it and that they look awesome for you. Maybe I have to look at some other stuff. Maybe I'm looking at the Reignition figures and they don't really impress me. Like, I just feel like, okay, they're just redoing the same mold and shape of the old stuff. That doesn't really fascinate me. I don't know if I've seen the bikes though. But yeah, have you seen them, Stuart? I haven't really cared for them, man, honestly.
I haven't seen the bikes. The only ones I saw were the actual figurines of the Power Rangers themselves. And yeah, like you mentioned, the 90s, because they do kind of look like the bulky figures from the 90s, the one where the helmets would change when you flip the head. And if that's what it's meant to be a callback to, that's pretty cool. But in terms of just like overall quality, give me the Lightning Collection like anytime. Because I know Lightning Collection had its own issues, especially later on, but like those first couple waves that they had, like I was keeping up with the Lightning Collection when they first like started releasing them, like in the first couple of waves, they were great quality. I don't know what happened afterwards, because I know that I've seen people like sending images of like figurines with like incomplete paint jobs and things like that. So obviously at some point down the line the quality like majorly dipped, but to me I feel like that was like kind of peak in terms of Power Ranger figurines, because they looked good and they were affordable.
Yeah, so we'll see, Johnny, how it turns out, man. I'm glad you trust Playmates. I'm just gonna have to see more. Maybe I'll go on Twitter and look. I've been seeing a lot of people posting them and stuff. Maybe I'll look at them a little bit finer detail and see how I feel about them. But yeah, I feel like I've just seen this stuff before. That's all. Doomsday, do you think it's fair for certain Sentai fans to mock Power Rangers and its fans, especially by laughing at us fans, since the franchise is over? Personally, I believe it's unjust for them to act that way, and they represent the less desirable aspects of the franchise. Like, you may or may not remember me mentioning the thing with the whole Snyder versus Gunn Superman situation. I know that we all have different biases on stuff, but I feel like it just gets to the point where it's really childish. Oh, it's definitely childish, for sure, Doomsday. I totally agree with you. But no, I don't think it's fair for any fans to mock anybody else. Sadly, it's just the world that we live in today. It doesn't make it right. I feel like I see more and more of it all the time. People just become tribalism, very biased. It's really hard for people to just accept the idea of fans liking what they like, or I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's very childish for sure.
If you're a Super Sentai fan and you unironically, and I don't mean like in a joking fashion, I mean like if you unironically make fun of someone for watching Power Rangers, or for the fact that like Power Rangers is over and you're a Super Sentai fan, that is super fucking cringe. I'm just gonna say that right now. That is super cringe if you watch Sentai and you make fun of someone who watches Power Rangers, because both are great in their own aspects. Both of them are also just toy commercials, like in the base like level, like the whole thing. They're toy commercials. So yeah, if you're gonna judge someone for watching something, I don't know. Yeah. It's cringe, is all I'm saying.
Do you feel like DC with Batman is like Power Rangers with Mighty Morphin? Because when it comes to DC, the only successful, financially successful movie from the DCEU was the Batman. Post Joker from 2019, when it's a DC film about Superman and Wonder Woman, The Flash, etc., half of the fans don't even show up. But for Batman, the fans are flooding the theaters for it. Plus, they even canceled the new video games that weren't even Batman related. And when it comes to Power Rangers, whenever we get into toys or video games for more of the wider audiences and not exclusively Power Ranger fans, 9 times out of 10 it's the original MMPR, since it's the most recognizable, or even non-PR fans. It's getting to the point where DC and Power Rangers is literally milking the absolute hell out of Batman and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. That's interesting. Do you feel like DC with Batman is like Power Rangers with Mighty Morphin?
Like, in the sense of never being able to let go, yes. But the main difference, I think, is that Mighty Morphin, at least with the Batman, I can't think of a time it's been DC's only focus. Whereas, like, there are several times where Mighty Morphin has been like kind of Safran or Hasbro's only focus, especially when it comes to the toys.
And I will say too, the difference too, I think Batman is the Nolan Batman is different from the Joel Schumacher Batman, is different from the Tim Burton Batman, is different from the Robert Pattinson, Matt Reeves Batman, right? So while it is the same character, there are unique and different takes on that character. Mm-hmm. Whereas Mighty Morphin is like, it's just Mighty Morphin. You know what I mean? But from like a lucrative standpoint, yeah, like they know what sells. So they're going to make a lot of Batman content like they are going to make a lot of MMPR. But the difference for me would just be, while it is Batman, it is a different vision each time compared to when it's Mighty Morphin. It's usually always the same thing.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Playmates Toys remastering the older seasons of Power Rangers with AI and releasing them on Netflix and YouTube this July? I have heard of that. I wonder what that means though.
I've seen some other. Sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I've seen some examples of it where on Netflix they've been like using AI basically to restore shows in HD. What it kind of leads to is it's basically just trying to fix the quality in what it thinks it's supposed to look like, which sometimes can work, but oftentimes if you have like a sign in the background, that's when it starts to show its flaws, because oftentimes if there's a sign, you'll notice the words make no sense or the letters are all jumbled. So it's not a great solution for upscaling upscaling to HD, but I assume they do it because it's cost efficient. In other words, that we don't have to hire someone, you know.
I'm kind of fascinated in the upscale aspect of it. I do want to see what it could look like in like a HD or like a 4K these days. But yeah, I am curious as to when it releases, if you see those flaws because of AI not being able to fully do it like a actual person that you should hire to be doing this does. If it has the flaws, then I might be like, bro, this is a waste of time. But other than that, I'm kind of fascinated by it. Also, last set of questions from Ram Jam online here. VR Troopers combined 3 Japanese shows, Shader, Spielbahn, and Metalder, spliced with American footage. All 3 shows are part of Toei's Metal Hero series. VR Troopers used footage from these shows to create a new series that combined American and Japanese fight scenes. For example, Metalder provided footage for Ryan Steele's robotic suit, Grimlord, in the exterior of Zictor Industries. How difficult do you think it was for the writers to develop a storyline for every episode? Oh God, it must have been horrendous, bro. I can't even imagine. Yeah. What are your thoughts on The Last Ronin's writer, once 90s April O'Neil actress, involved in the movie adaptation? Do it.
Yes.
Do it, please, if you can, if she's open to it. I feel like I've read that she's open to it. So if the writers want her back and she's open to it, yes, please. Because it is something interesting. Like, I don't know, has there ever been a theory out there, Stuart, that the first Ninja Turtles movie and Secret of the Ooze are alternate realities?
I haven't heard one, but I also don't see why you couldn't keep Secret of the Ooze as canon.
Because I just mean like just tonally.
Oh yeah, totally. They feel very different. Yeah,
feel very different. And so I wonder if there was ever any theories out there, fan theories, that like they're two completely different realities. I don't know. It would just be fun if like a Last Ronin movie retcon Secret of the Ooze, or it was just attached to the first Ninja Turtles movie or something.
Yeah, because they kind of did that with Brandon Routh when he came back as Superman, where they're like, it's a sequel to Superman 2, but like 3 and 4 didn't happen.
Some people would probably be upset because I do love me some Secret of the Ooze. Have you heard that Samurai Pizza Cats is getting a video game in 2026? And the game is going to be developed by Blast Zero and publisher Red Dunes Games. And it's going to be released on all major platforms. Samurai Pizza Cats, was that a cartoon series?
That's why, because it was a cartoon series. So I started using TikTok recently, and even though I never watched it and I know nothing about it, for some reason it had started popping up on my algorithm, and now I think I know why.
And then lastly, I hadn't heard of it though, but I'll be interested to read the announcement now. What are your thoughts on Playmates in association with Hasbro going to use AI to digitally enhance season 1? Okay, yeah, of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, which will release on YouTube and Netflix. Did they say? I think he said it was in July. Yeah, I was going to do that in July. Look, I'm I'm usually against AI in that regards, but I am curious as to what it looks like at least. It may give me a reason to rewatch Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for sure. I'm not gonna lie. But I am fascinated in the digitally enhanced one. I mean, I guess my question to Hasbro was like, is this really all you guys have until you guys get rid of this damn these rights to Paramount or whatever the case may be? Like, I hope this wasn't their plan all along. Like, hey, Netflix, we got this brand new idea that we want to do. Like, I just find it interesting that this is the route that they decided to go, was an AI digital upscale than producing anything.
Yeah, it's all about trying to get the profit without actually having to put any effort.
Yeah, that's what it feels like right now. But thanks you everybody for all your live viewer questions and for sticking around as long as you have today. This was like a giant sized episode. You know, every once in a while you get like those annual comic books or those giant sized annual comics. That's what today's episode of A Plus Hero was. It was like a hefty dose of giant sized comic book goodness for you guys, with a bunch of content. So thank you guys for certainly sticking around and enjoying today's show. If you haven't had the opportunity to hit that like button yet, please do so. It certainly does go a long way for spreading our algorithm and our content. And always feel free to, if you want to clip this show, make clips out of it, share these videos, certainly please go ahead and do so. But I think it's time to get out of here, Stuart. If people want to find you on social media, man, where can they find you?
You guys can find me at TurboStew01 over on Twitter and on Instagram.
And if you want to follow us on social media, everywhere at A Plus Opinions. Also on BlueSky at HeroReport.bsky.social. You can also find us on TikTok at Hero Report. And then if you were to follow us on social media, definitely check us out on our Facebook page, man. That's where we post all the news, all the behind the scenes featurettes, all the trailers, all the posters, all the brand new stuff throughout the week to keep you updated. And then we usually take those topics from the Facebook page and talk about them here on our Sunday live show of A Plus Hero Report, live every Sunday for you guys. But yeah, feel free to follow us everywhere on social media. We'll certainly be back later on this week. We got a Daredevil Born Again review for you guys, maybe some movie reviews or any big news or trailers that wind up dropping. We'll certainly talk about them on our YouTube channel. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube page yet, please certainly go ahead and do so. And we'll see you guys next week. But until then, do us a big favor. As always, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and keep it A+. We'll talk to you guys later. Bye.